or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studio's here at the Next Round, furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We're rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2020, but I've been crazy about fishing since I was a kid. You know, my new job, it gives me plenty of time off, so I know I'll be back to the lake in no time. I'm making great money, staying in shape at the gym at work, and I have a take-home car, which saves the miles on my truck. And it's not all cops and robbers either. You know, during my training, I learned to do an aerial search in a helicopter. Who gets to do that at work? Last week, we helped find a veteran suffering from Alzheimer's who just wandered off. See, that's a job I can feel great about doing.
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and Insta.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show ready to go. For those of you who've been stuck in traffic this morning, welcome to the sanctuary. I don't even know if I'm using words right. I'm not Kayvon Thibodeaux or anything, but welcome to the sanctuary that is the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, no Rockstar today. Lunsford on the board back there. Forrester giving us all the audio, video that you need today as you watch us and stream us along the way. I will tell you guys, I'm in the powder blue today of Lane Kiffin. It's a big day over in Oxford. They got Jackson Dart in town, an opportunity for Lane to get his next Matt Corral. Couple of big fish still out there, Caleb Williams and Jackson Dart. Let's start off talking a little college football right here. Jackson Dart, your opinion, guys, on what he would mean to Ole Miss, Oklahoma, or TCU if he transfers to one of those three places.
Well, once Slovis went down with the injury, I watched a true freshman come in. It was against Washington State, and boy, he looked really, really good. There were inconsistencies this year, as you can imagine, with a true freshman quarterback. But he's a bigger kid, 6'3", 215. I think Corral was a little bit shorter, maybe a little slighter built. But Jackson Dart has that ability to move around, get outside of the pocket, make plays with his legs. Doesn't necessarily, I wouldn't think he has the speed of Matt Corral. There's a lot of similarities between the two, kind of renegade quarterbacks.
And look, in a couple of situations this year, a couple of instances, we've seen the heir apparent. And it's not entirely fair to judge him on that situation, but how have you felt about the heir apparent at Ole Miss? You saw him at Auburn when Corral went out with that injury. You saw him in the Sugar Bowl when Corral went out with that injury. And I think there's probably a reason Ole Miss is looking in the portal.
Yeah.
I don't think Jackson Dart is as good as Matt Corral.
Not Matt Corral at the end. Matt Corral when he first transferred from USC.
At the beginning, Jackson Dart is better than Matt Corral was.
Thank you.
There's no doubt. Yeah, Matt
Yeah.
Corral blossomed under Lane Kiffin.
That's right.
I thought John Rice Plumlee was the starter.
Right.
I was shocked when Kiffin went with Matt Corral, and he's turned him into a first-round NFL quarterback.
But Matt Corral was well thought of when he went to USC first, and then he ended up leaving and finding a new home at Ole Miss, much like Jackson Dart is looking to do. I mean, if I had a choice of the situation in Norman, TCU, or Oxford, obviously it seems like Oklahoma's a lot closer to competing for a championship. But and Levy's there, Jeff Levy's there, which is sort of what you're going to get at Ole Miss too. To me, Oklahoma would be the place, except there seems to be more of a quarterback competition that would go on at Oklahoma.
Dylan Gabriel has just got so much experience there. If I'm Jackson Dart, the decision I would make, because it seems like Lincoln Riley's made his decision. Caleb Williams, he believes, is the better quarterback, the guy he recruited to come to Norman in the first place. If I'm Jackson Dart, once I get to campus at Oxford, I'm looking around, I'm probably liking what I'm seeing. Kids from a small town in Utah.
I thought it's funny. I thought about that when I was reading last night that he was visiting Oxford today. Remember the one serious, I can't remember how serious it was, but one NCAA incident that Lane had in Knoxville was, didn't he send some of his female students who were recruiters to a high school game of a kid, a big recruit, held up signs?
I vaguely remember
Come to Tennessee, something like that.
That seems like child's play right now.
Oh, it does. It does.
I think I remember that, though.
And it seemed like just smart recruiting back then, too.
Don't disagree.
I would have them stationed around the football headquarters like furniture.
Yeah, you'd almost,
with sandwiches.
Here's
snacks.
Seriously, this is what I thought last night. You almost script it like it's the Truman Show, right? Like you have, I don't know what it is today, 61 and sunny here. If it's 65 and sunny in Oxford today, we'll say, we'd be showing Jackson fraternity row here. We'll walk down sorority row. Those are the 5U's who are laying out, getting ready for spring break coming up in a couple of months. They're out in the bikinis in the front yard today, and you're just walking by, people bumping into him. A beautiful girl who's going to be Miss America someday bumps into him walking out of the bookstore. I'd have it scripted today where it'd be one beauty after another.
Look, I've got a feeling that Jackson Dart will end up signing with Ole Miss. You've already got Zach Evans from TCU, and it looked, a week ago that Ole Miss could be in the bottom of the pecking order of the SEC West after having their first ever 10 regular season win, or 10 what am I looking for? 10 wins in the regular season.
That's right.
Under Lane Kiffin this past year. You get a couple of 1-2 punch like that, things could turn around quickly for Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, but I'll tell you one of the issues for Lane Kiffin, aside from Jackson Dart, is Braylon Sanders gone. Dontario Drummond, who I really liked. I really liked Dontario Drummond. I think he's a really good receiver. Gone. Mingo missed a lot of the year. You've lost most of your receivers.
Yeah,
this is a reset on offense for them.
In 2 years, they've lost a great number of really good receivers.
That's right.
And you just wonder, how has he been recruiting a receiver? And I trust him to get good receivers, but I can't remember how well he's been recruiting.
Well, I'll go
receivers.
look at that. But, you lose all that. Jerrion Ely hit the portal. John Rice Plumlee hit the portal. Matt Corral obviously has graduated, while we're talking about Jackson Dart.
Snoop's gone pro.
Yeah, Snoop Connor's going pro. This is a reset at offense. I mean, if I'm Jackson Dart, and I'm curious, I'll come right back to what I was about to say, but Lance, I trust your judgment on this. You've seen both. You're a USC fan that spent some time out there. You've been to Ole Miss's campus, co-ed versus co-ed. You're going Ole Miss there?
Per capita, yes.
Per capita. There's always the
per capita.
The asterisk, yes.
It's such a different campus. I think you'll fall in love with it because it's got charm. USC's campus is really weird. I mean, it's literally 2 miles from downtown.
Is it a pretty campus? I've never been on their campus.
I wouldn't necessarily call it pretty.
Yeah, nothing like Oxford.
No, and I think there's something. I mean, there's something about all SEC towns. We know that there really is charm.
But it does have some California-like buildings on the campus. It does look like California.
Southern
the Southern Cal campus.
But if you're an Ole Miss fan and you want Jackson Dart as your next quarterback or your next potential big time quarterback, you wish he could really visit a game day. Because that's where it's really different.
That's right. That's what sets you apart.
I mean, you got people that have got folding chairs, basically like it's in parking lots, and it's just I can't even explain the difference in the tailgate.
Yeah,
it literally is night and day.
They've got chandeliers in Oxford for their tailgate.
I mean, obviously it is a great tailgate, and there are so many great tailgates in the SEC. But USC, it's a different world.
He's to answer your question about receiver, he's loaded up on a bunch of 3-stars, as I'll look on 24/7 Sports, with the exception of Braylon Brown, who was in he was in the last class. Well, not the most recent one, but the one before that. From St. Thomas Aquinas, which is a great high school football program. He was a 4-star, ranked 178th nationally. So, there's some mid-tier, at least on the recruiting, the stars. There's some mid-tier star guys there at receiver, but they're completely inexperienced.
I'll trust them to get it right. Ole Miss seems to get receiver right every year. They're not Alabama. They're not Ohio State. They're not USC. But they seem to be a top 5 to top 8 wide receiver combo every year.
All right, so the Powder Blues are out for Jackson Dart today. We'll see. He plans on still visiting Oklahoma and TCU and then making a choice. And we think, at least this side of the table, I'll let Brown speak for himself, that he ends up at Ole Miss. We'll see how it all plays out. You got a gut? Early lean?
Early lean, like
early lean.
I mean, I think his
closer than the experts think.
His direct path to playing time is at Ole Miss. His most direct path.
The only, and not to influence your decision on where you would go with this, the only thing is the kid is from Utah, and so that's a long way from home.
It is.
I don't know how close he is with his family and how much they want to travel to the games. TCU's a little bit closer.
Well, maybe it could be like
Oklahoma's a little bit closer.
Like the great classic film The Holiday. Maybe the Knicks family can give the Dart family their home during football season, and the Knicks family can take the Darts family home for the football season.
Yeah, I don't
and
even
they
know.
fall in love.
I don't know how close Utah, though, where he's from, is to Oregon.
It's closer than Phoenix City.
It is closer
than Phoenix City.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So I mean, I think your most direct path to playing time is Ole Miss. And maybe TCU as well. I can't even remember the TCU quarterback situation right now.
I think Duggan's still there.
Yeah, but Sonny Dykes, I mean, he's very well thought of as a coach. He's taken over there as an offensive coach, so I think he could develop a quarterback. You don't feel like your direct path to playing time is in Oklahoma, though that's your best situation. I mean, Jackson Dart's in a tough spot where do I want to pick best situation as far as the health of the program, or do I want to get on the field? And I get on the field in Oxford. And the other aspect of that is Oxford is the only place where I've got the coach coming back. I don't know what Brent Venables is.
That's right. You don't. And you don't know what Sonny's going to be at TCU either, how that all works out. So we're off and rolling. That's the Jackson Dart story, much more on the portal, and an interesting coaching carousel possibility coming up as we roll into the show. Brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap today. Gutter Cap getting you ready for a new year. If you're looking for one easy way to improve the value of your home, it starts with our man C. Stu and Gutter Cap.
Yeah, I talked to Chris Stewart yesterday. Very excited about 2022 and how he can help the next round listener out. Look, you never want to get that dangerous ladder out, get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. Call today, 823-2212, 45% off the retail price right now for the next round listener. All you got to do is go online for more information, guttercapbirmingham.com, but make that call today, 823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it.
All right, on the show today, Slade Bolden, Alabama wide receiver, will be with us at 11 o'clock. Tell your friends if you want to hear Slade, what went on in the locker room, the aftermath of that national championship game, and the wraps on the season. He has come from the post meetings with Nick Saban, the end of the season meetings where they sort of turn the page and look to 2022. We'll talk to Slade Bolden coming up at 11 o'clock, and we'll ask the question we asked of Bo Nix when he was with us a couple of times. Slade, are you back in crimson and white next year? Not as much about the portal, but I think there's potential at some point for Slade Bolden to play a role on a National Football League team. I think he should be back in Tuscaloosa next year for another year. I don't think his stock would change a whole bunch, I guess, so he could go pro. We'll see what Slade tells us a little bit later on. You see a future for Slade Bolden in the NFL?
Possibly. If I'm Slade, I think the best path is to come back to Tuscaloosa because talking to Barrett Jones yesterday right here on the next round, you heard him say, the big question mark for him is wide receiver. And I think he was talking more elite wide receivers because of the incredible run that Alabama's had. But Slade was the leading receiver the other night.
Yeah, he was.
He'll be a contributor. So, if I'm Slade, knowing that, what was in front of you this year, I know he's already got a ring from last year, but they were so close this year, knowing they're going to be the favorites next year and another opportunity to play with one of the better quarterbacks we've seen over the llast 20, 25 years and Bryce Young, or at least that kind of potential. If I'm Slade, I'm coming back.
I think Slade's probably a guy that would get drafted late or would be an undrafted free agent. You're not going to hurt that by coming back, I don't think. In fact, I think to Lance's point, your targets will go up. Without Jamison Williams and John Mechie there next year, with that inexperienced receiving core, your targets are going to go up, I think.
With your relationship with Bryce Young, who already trusts you.
That's right.
Well,
if he does come back, his numbers may go up. So it's not going to hurt his draft stock if he comes back. He can only improve it. So we'll talk to Slade about that coming up.
More than 175 receptions between the combination of Mechie and Williams last year. Those were your two leading wide receivers, Mechie first, then Williams. Then Slade with 42 grabs was number 3 on the team.
Those throws are going somewhere. How much do you think Bryce Young trusts Agiye Hall right now? Like if Alabama were playing another game Saturday.
Slightly more than he trusts Jaleel Billingsley.
I guess if they were playing a game Saturday, Jaleel would be on the team.
It is going to be fascinating. Do you guys believe, though, a JoJo Earl, a Ja'Cory Brooks, a Trayshawn, one of these guys, a Hall, or one of these guys in the next year or two going to be an elite wide receiver?
I think Ja'Cory Brooks can be. I think we've seen that.
Yeah, I think he is on the John Mechie path. Not necessarily Devontae and those guys who were instant impact guys. I think Ja'Cory's on the Mechie path. But I think you're going to require these great, receivers that came in this last class maybe to contribute as well.
The Ja'Cory Brooks catch to win the Iron Bowl was far from an easy catch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's going to the ground, had to get feet in, catch a ball that had to be put in a certain spot. That was a heck of a catch in those circumstances.
Slade Bolden's a good backup, nothing more. Smuff 23, Slade's a good underneath slot possession receiver. Granted, it didn't feel like Bama went to the slot receivers as much as they could or should have the other night. I'll tell you, you close your eyes, you instantly say, Slade Bolden.
Oh, don't do this.
New England Patriots.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I know. I thought you were going to compare him to Hunter Renfrow.
A 5'11" white guy.
That's right, yeah.
Hey, Hunter Renfrow, killing it.
He's
killing it. But Renfrow kind of killed it at Clemson. I'm not taking shots at Slade. He's been so accessible and nice to us. But, you only carry 5 receivers on an NFL roster. And there's only 32 of those rosters. So I think it's going to be difficult. Slade seems like a hard worker, but I think his best path to ever get to the NFL is to come back for another year.
Greg in the Farmfolio chat room, are you guys going to address the Kayvon Thibodeaux comments we did yesterday? It's an older story, but anybody want to comment any more on Kayvon Thibodeaux that you didn't say yesterday?
I had some time to think about it in traffic today, driving in.
Yeah, shout out to everybody on 280 inbound today.
It was a rough one. And, I just don't get beat up about this stuff anymore. I'm 45 years old. I have never lived a day in my life outside of Alabama. And I completely realize we are the subject of stereotypes and stigmatisms, to use Kayvon Thibodeaux's words. And I don't really give a crap. Yeah. I've lived here my whole life. I know what the state of Alabama is.
Right.
And I know the people that live here. And if you want to take shots at us, take shots at us. I don't care.
But
my life's not going to be affected by that.
I also realize it's a 20-year-old.
Yeah.
And I can't even imagine some of the things that I still say now that I would have said at 20. Look, he's just uninformed on some of this stuff. I thought the Nike comments were really interesting because I wonder what Nike has promised him in the back pocket.
Yeah, no, that's way before name, image, and likeness, by the way.
That is correct. Yes, he was not recruited under those terms.
It's almost like your family's got lifetime contracts with Nike.
Like there were bells and whistles going off. To me, that was a lot more interesting. And we're not the type of show that spends, an entire show on a comment like that. But we commented yesterday, and my point was when he said, I can always have a job at Nike, the bells were going off for me that forget any comment about Alabama. If we still had an enforcement team at the NCAA, we know we don't, but if we did, there is no doubt in my mind that in Chip Kelly's heydays, they were promising a lot of Nike stuff back in the day.
Well, yeah, he's comfortable on the couch or the chair sitting there next to Clad, and I thought it was also interesting that he said, if I'd have gone to Bama, I'm still playing. Well, yeah, you were playing for a national championship the other night.
Yeah.
And instead you're
on a couch.
On a couch
You're on a couch with Joel Klatt on the network that's not broadcasting.
I mean,
the
really, don't you, knowing
game.
your talent and knowing that one day you're going to be in the NFL, is it really, maybe for some it's about the education. Again, Oregon to Alabama, I don't know what the differences are. I do know Animal House was filmed on that campus. That probably wasn't a great look for them. But, if I'm Kayvon Thibodeaux and I'm that good, my goal in college, the 3 years I'm going to be there is to win championships.
Yeah. A couple questions. First of all, Greg says, I'll go back and watch, but I was just curious why he was taking shots at Bama in the South, because he was on a show where he and Klatt were watching the game and reacting to it. They couldn't show it because it was on Fox or a Fox platform. I don't know where it was.
And again, exactly.
So Alabama's in the game. That's why he's talking about it.
Yeah, and I would imagine the question was, so you were recruited by Alabama. Why Oregon, not Alabama?
And number two, people are taking shots at Klatt. Would I have liked to have seen our buddy Joel Klatt say, whoa, now that's not fair? Yeah, I would have liked to have seen that. But I also know how these things work. Number one, if you're Klatt, thinking about what we're doing next. And there are a lot of times, and we do this on this show, I'll confess, a lot of times you're like, yeah. And I haven't even really processed what you're saying. I just know you're saying something, I need to react, right? That's a number one. A number two, you hear it and you're like, okay, I don't really like what he's saying, but we're here to talk about the game, and I can't let this get sidetracked into this. I'm trying to focus this back to the game. So I'm just going to say, yeah, I get it. Let's go back to the game. So I'll defend Klatt on that. I think it's...
And I think it was the latter, what you said.
Yeah, probably so. And he's getting roped into this. I don't think, Joel, there was any malicious intent there.
Yeah. As I said yesterday on the show, we know Joel Klatt, and we believe, though he jokes with us a lot about SEC and Big Ten and Pac-12 football, he respects us in the South 100%. So.
Yeah.
And can I just say, what's the biggest company in the world right now?
Apple.
Who runs that?
Tim Cook, an Auburn grad.
An Auburn grad.
Oh, that's a great point.
Thank you, John Lunsford.
Wow.
Just throwing that out there. Wow. An Alabama grad, even admitting that, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
Hey, another thing he did say, man, we played football in America. We played a little football in Canada.
Yeah.
Is there a little football in Canada?
A little football in Canada.
A little bit. Canadian Football League, John Mechie.
Have you seen that plant?
Shania Twain. You got to always throw Shania Twain in.
I know. You mentioned Apple. Have you seen that plant Tesla built in Austin? Have you seen an aerial photo of that?
Yeah.
That thing is incredible.
Yes.
I mean,
it is massive.
I think Elon's a spender.
You think?
I won't be around to see it all, maybe, but 30 years from now, the map in America will look so different, right? Like, no, seriously, all the tech companies and big companies are bailing out of California.
They are, yeah.
And they're moving to Charlotte and Austin, outside of Nashville. They're moving They're moving to the South.
Everything you know the West Coast for, especially the state of California, you know Silicon Valley and you know Hollywood.
Right.
Well, the biggest place the movies are shot now is Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia. That's right.
And like you said, tech's going everywhere. Austin is becoming one of the biggest places in the country right now. So
I've got a really good friend that lives in Austin. I think you've met the guy. And I was talking to him the other day. He said, you would not believe what the real estate prices are doing right now because all these tech companies are coming in.
There's a lot of Austin old school that hates what's going on.
Oh, I'm sure
now.
they do. But he said people are literally tripling their money on their house.
Oh.
Tripling.
Yeah. Hey.
Can you imagine that? I mean, people around here were doubling some.
Austin will have a pro sports team very soon because that population's exploding.
Yeah, it was already big. I mean, it was already bigger than Birmingham.
Big Cowboys town. It's going to be hard for it to be an NFL.
Well, it probably will not be an NFL town, but, they will get something.
Yeah.
Somewhere down the road. Yeah. All right. That's segment number 1 here. A lot to get to on the show today. More college football, including who left yesterday for Alabama to declare for the National Football League, where Kobe Hudson ended up, and our thoughts on that. Basketball last night, Wofford handed it to Samford 87-64. Samford had a couple of big pre-conference wins. They're now 1-3 in the SoCon, though. Home game Saturday, 2 o'clock at Pete Hanna against East Tennessee State. Another test there in the conference. UAB tonight at home, though. Got a little home basketball night for Andy's boys. FIU and UAB, 6:30 Bartow. Tough loss at Rice, trying to get that taste out of their mouth. They're unbeaten at Bartow this year. 6:30 tonight for that one if you want to go check that out. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Odie's, where you guys had another post-national championship trivia last night. Can I ask you if my buddy Hemp, lifelong Georgia fan, was he there last night?
Hemp made it last night. Had a great story about one of their travel parties that actually didn't make the bus on the way back, and said the guy didn't care because he had just won a national championship as a Georgia fan. So the question last night at Doty's, what came first, 7-Up or Morgan Freeman?
7-Up or Morgan Freeman?
I got to go Morgan Freeman.
Around the table, you go first.
I'm going to go Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, I'll go Morgan Freeman.
I'm going to go 7-Up. 7-Up was a, I'm going to say it was a tribute to our World War I soldiers who came back from the battlegrounds of Europe fighting hand-to-hand combat. And
where does the 7-Up come from?
Well, because they came back and some of them had lost some fingers, so 7-Up.
Oh, my
They
God.
went 7-Up.
Jeez, Dunaway.
Do you guys remember the game 7-Up as a kid?
I do. Heads up, 7-Up.
Heads up, 7-Up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I just randomly, sometimes I have to come up with one question. That's my whole worth of the night. Randomly thought about 7-Up and went and found out when it actually came into the fold. And then I was like, I wonder what would be close. And I thought about Morgan Freeman. Really close. 7-Up 1936. Morgan Freeman 1937.
7-Up a winner there.
But a great place to get a great lunch or dinner is Odie's Tavern. It's Birmingham Institution. Get in there today. Enjoy the wings, burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today. Odie's Tavern, Crestline.
Okay, 7-Up. It's out of the Depression in 36. All right, you got to get up at 7 to go get in the food lines. Right? You got to go get the job
Why
lines.
do they all have to be depressing? Why can't we have a soft drink that was born out of something happy?
Maybe tap out on this one.
I think Dunaway's tried a little too hard.
Take that, Thibodeaux.
Yeah.
Back in a moment.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Ritchie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Ritchie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Ritchie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Ritchie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Ritchie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Ritchie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Back with you on the Next Round. Brownie's loaded up his Next Round styrofoam cup. Man, she'll love those cups.
I do too.
It's a Red Mott vodka one, right?
Yep.
Did you guys notice the cup I got sent with today? I told the roommate she had 2 jobs this morning, and one of them I was like, I'm running behind. I need you to if you can, if you don't mind, fill me a Yeti cup full of water.
Right.
And I couldn't bring it on set. Did you not notice it?
I didn't notice it. What was it? Was it the Georgia one?
Yeah.
She sent you the Georgia one?
Are you serious?
I was like, I'm not putting the Georgia one on camera today.
My friend,
that is taunting people.
My friend Stephanie Walker, meteorologist at NBC 13 here in town, Alabama's 13, whatever they call it now. It was NBC 13 back when I was there. It may have been Alabama's 13 too. We've changed our names a lot, but back at 13, the NBC affiliate in Birmingham, her family is split, and her son's a Georgia fan, and she sent a picture the other night of daughter in Alabama stuff and him and Georgia stuff watching the game. The next day at the bus stop when it was freezing, he's out there in his Georgia jersey with shorts and socks holding up the number 1 finger, and she posts a picture, says, I hope he freezes to death.
That's a weird deal because his dad's hardcore Bama.
His dad's hardcore
She's
Bama.
a Penn State grad.
She's a Penn State grad.
How does that happen?
I don't know. Where did the Georgia come from?
Family members.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's an influential family
Boy,
member.
it is. Yeah.
So it's Georgia's cool too, man. They're a hot team right now. Maybe the team of the decade. Something we can talk about in just a second after Brown tells us about the great folks at Nichols Outfitters.
They got one of the largest firearms showrooms in the state, the best botanical team anywhere. Nichols Outfitters has the inventory and expertise to get you just what you're looking for hunting season. It is off exit 242 in Pelham. It is online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
Connor Aguera writes at Saturday Down South, the next challenge for Georgia is becoming the team of the decade now. Now we're early into this. I start the decade on I don't know.
When did it officially start?
Some would say 21. Some would say 20. I think it goes 20. I always do it 20 to 29, right?
Yeah.
So it's Alabama and Georgia. They've won the first. You have to say Alabama was the team of the decade, the last decade, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they won championships.
5 championships, right?
Yeah, 11, 12, 15, and 17 of the last decade, and runner-up in 16 and 18. Right,
Yeah, not even close.
So that's not even close. They were team of the decade. So what would Georgia, you think, have to do to be team of the decade this year? Right now, it's Alabama 1, Georgia 1 of the national championship. So say we've got 8 more championships up for play.
Man, I love just how knee-jerk all of the articles are the day, 2, 3, 4 days after.
You got to write about something.
I know you got to write
brother.
about something,
Yeah.
but I think Georgia will be fortunate to win one more this decade. I think it's that difficult to do in college football.
So you
Ohio
think
State's
one more this decade?
Yeah, I think Ohio State's not going anywhere. I fully expect them to win 1 or 2. I think Alabama will win another 1 or 2. I think USC is going to be much better. I think they're going to be in the mix. I don't know if they're going to win one. I think they'll make a run at one. But I'm not going to say Georgia's going to be the team of the decade.
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
First of all, I think the decade began in 2001, if I'm not mistaken, from reading all of this. So I think 01 was the beginning of our decade. What?
No, that
decade
goes
or
like
10 years.
Huh?
Decade's 10 years.
Yes.
So 01
Yes.
to win.
Well, 01. That'd be 10 years. That's the way the decades are counted. Or the millennia are counted. So it gets confusing.
You're really confusing me. Now we're talking about a century.
You go from, you count 2000, 2009 as a decade.
Right.
Then 2010 to 2019 is a decade.
The problem becomes the way they count. I hope Kayvon Thibodeaux is watching. The problem becomes how they count the millennia. That's where the issue becomes. That's why there is a discussion.
But a decade is 10 years.
If
you do from 1 to 1, that's 11.
We're all in agreement here.
Right. Yeah, I don't really care. I'm just telling you what the discussion is.
If you do from 1 to 1, that's 11.
A decade's a decade.
Why
It's
do you
10
like the
years.
2001 talking decade, though? This decade started winning 20 or 21 in your.
Well, that's the discussion because it complicates it by the way they count the millennium.
Okay. You're talking about when does this century start, is where you're saying.
Well, if you
2000 or 2001.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you said decade. I think that's what threw us off there.
Well, no, but if you start it depends on when you start the century as to when the decade starts.
Okay, I don't care if you start with LSU or Alabama or even Georgia now. I still don't think Georgia's necessarily going to own this decade. I think it does change. It's something we'll bring up in a little bit. Ryan Day does take the Chicago Bears job.
Yeah. So before we get to that, that's a bigger story.
Yeah.
What does it take to be team of the decade? Not every
I think
not
now
every
it
decade's
takes-
going to have 4 national championships
it's 3
and 2
national
runner-ups.
championships. I think it's 3.
And
Georgia's already got 1.
3 would slam it. Yeah, I mean, slam dunk
I think
usually.
so.
Yeah.
Just based on, you've got 5, possibly 6 powers here in the next, decade that are going to be in the mix for winning national championships. So I think 3 would do it. So you got a jump start if you're Georgia.
Yeah. I mean, Clemson in a normal decade could have been team of the decade in our last decade. They won 2 and lost 1 championship game and was in the playoff again and again.
And we continue to forget about Clemson. And I think Brown people would say Georgia because of Kirby's ability to recruit and because of his age. Well, Dabo is just a little bit older. Dabo's done a pretty damn good job at recruiting.
Yeah, so it doesn't...
And it's an easier conference.
I think Georgia's going to be in the conversation. They're not going to go anywhere. You've seen the way too earlys. They're in the mix to be in the playoffs again next year to win the East and continue on. So,
and if I had to vote, Dunaway, I think at the end of this, I think it would be kind of subjective on who the team of the decade was. You know what? Maybe it was Alabama. Maybe it was Ohio State. Maybe it was Georgia. I don't think there's going to be a clear-cut one.
That's right. More parity is coming than what we had this past decade when it was – because if we are being honest, you don't expect Nick Saban to be coaching at the end of this decade. At some point, this is probably the decade, and I'll say probably, because you never know. But this is probably the decade that Alabama goes into a transition at coach. They'll have to hire.
It will happen in this decade.
Yeah, they'll have to hire their next
Yes.
coach in this decade.
It will happen in this decade.
Right.
I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Is that 2029 or 2030?
There was never. The problem is
There's never year zero.
There's
I
never
know
year
what you're talking
zero.
about.
That's why this gets complicated.
Yeah.
You started at year one. You didn't start
I
at year
see what
zero.
you're saying.
Right. That's why this gets complicated. Alabama will change coaches in this decade. I don't foresee a singular team, and I've got an over-under later with these coaches if we get to it. I don't see a singular team winning 3 national championships in the next 10 years. Or if you start with this one, in the next 9 years following Georgia's. I don't think any one team will win 3 national championships. So I think the highest you will have is 2 for one team.
The story is very interesting. Kirby Smart is built to, and his program is built to win a lot of games. Quarterback, though, becomes interesting. That's where, he keeps stacking them up. And we got asked the question immediately during our show in Indianapolis that we were not able to get to on Tuesday. Who is the Justin Fields in the quarterback room right now at Georgia? Who is he going to mess up on? Because the people are waiting because
it's loaded.
Truthfully, Stetson Bennett could be a problem for you.
Yeah,
because
if he comes back.
If he comes back, as most people expect him to do, if he comes back for this next year, there's a good chance you're going to lose one of your 5-star quarterbacks who are sitting in the room right now. Are both of those guys going to hang around, or one of them going to hit the portal here in the next few days?
I said this just kind of in a haze of us being up late Monday night on Tuesday. I fully expect Stetson to come back, and if you're Kirby Smart, I don't know how you don't start him at quarterback because he just won you a national championship, or was at least one of the contributors to win a national championship. But the more you think about this, it goes back to Jalen Hurts and Tua, if we're going to use an Alabama example, and bringing him in the second half of a national championship game, and ultimately Jalen transfers out. If you've got a quarterback that can play for 2 years at an elite level, if you're Kirby, you got to go that direction.
Gunnar Stockton, Brock Vandegrift. These are all guys. These are all highly regarded guys, especially Vandegrift.
Both 5-star guys, I believe.
Stockton might have been 4, but either way, it's close. And these are all guys you've recruited, and they're not going to stick around anymore.
Yeah.
That's just not going to happen.
The scary thing is you just don't know how they're going to perform once the lights are on.
And by the way, JT Daniels is still on that roster, and he's got eligibility left.
And he was, I remember when Luganville said he was coming out early, left high school a semester early. Watch out. This guy is going to be good.
We forget JT Daniels won the starting job. There was a moment where Kirby Smart and Todd Monken said, you know what, JT Daniels is the best quarterback we got. We got to play him. Right? I'm not wrong about that. He played the first 4 games. Is that right? 3 games, whatever it was, until he got hurt.
The fact that Jake Fromm got him to a national championship game, and you don't want to make that move to put a better quarterback in Justin Fields, is why Justin left, right?
Right.
You stuck with a lesser quarterback because he knew what he had. You didn't know what Justin would do with the lights are on. That's what's going to happen here. If Stetson comes back, as everyone expects, then you're not going to take him out because he led you to a national championship. You know what he can do. You don't know what the other guys can do. It'll cost you somebody.
I think this is almost, and this would be a fun question the next head coach we have on, one of their most difficult jobs for elite programs now is trying to figure out the quarterback situation. Because really, you can only have one elite quarterback in that room.
A running back by committee helps your program, right? You're able to sell that to running backs. Like James Cook, who is going pro, right? He can go pro, like a lot of Alabama guys have over the years. And the NFL scout said, listen, they didn't run him into the ground.
Yeah, less mileage.
That's it. Less tread. Still a lot of tread on the tires for James Cook as he goes to the NFL.
I think wide receivers too. Hey, look, man, it helps that you get some one-on-one coverage because there's another elite guy on the other side.
100%, and that's the model now. Is Jamison Williams chose to come to Alabama because he knew he was going to have a great quarterback. He had seen the system could play for a championship, but he's like, I know they got Mechie. They're going to have good receivers. I'll go there. I'll be able to be on the field, and the focus will not always be on me. They'll have to cover the other guys too.
That's right,
and that helps you.
Yeah,
it's quarterback where you
one at a time.
Is where you have the problem.
That's right.
Yeah,
and even if you say I'm going to get you some playing, I can't get you enough playing time to keep you happy. If you tried to sell a guy, stay, I'll get you on the field. It's impossible to get them on the field enough to keep them happy. Because it's only going to screw your team up.
Because in your head, if you're an elite quarterback, you're not on a 4-year plan. you're on a 3-year plan, right? You're on a plan of I'm going to be the quarterback, and immediately when I'm eligible for the draft, I'm going to the NFL because I am a 5-star quarterback, and I'm going to make me some money, man.
Yep.
And that's the plan you're on. So waiting at quarterback for your 1 or 2 years, it doesn't always work like Mac.
It doesn't.
I think you wait 1 year. Like if I'm advising an elite 5-star quarterback, go to an elite program, you're going to sit 1 year, you're going to learn the system, and you're going to play for 2 years, and you're going to go pro.
Like if I'm advising Gunnar Stockton or Brock Vandegrift.
I think Bryce Young did it exactly the right way.
He did. If I'm advising one of those guys, I tell them, could you hit the portal and have tons of value? Absolutely, you could. Are you going to go to a better team than Georgia? And if you'll just be patient, 1 year, you'll be the starter here. Because you're not going to get a better team in the transfer portal. I mean, you'd have to go to Alabama, and that's probably it, right? Maybe Ohio State. That's about it. Those are the places you could go where, okay, I'm at at least the same program I was at Georgia.
I had the random thought the other day of JT Daniels, back to him. If you're JT, why not get on the phone with Dabo Swinney and say, hey, look, I think I could come up there and I could play for you guys. I could be your starting quarterback based on DJ's struggles this year. But the problem is this Klubnik kid.
Yeah.
So you don't know you get
That's
there.
right. I could be back up again.
And then you're back up again.
Yeah.
Dennis says Georgia's defense won the championship. Bennett just made some good plays. True statement.
That is a true statement.
Boy, he made a lot of good plays in that fourth quarter, though.
But again, it's hard to believe. I do think Kirby, if he's got his quarterback of the future, probably has to go a different direction. But, man, that's kind of a shot to Bennett, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. And Greg says Stetson Bennett is Georgia's version of Greg McElroy.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. I think Greg was a great college quarterback, and Stetson turned into a great college quarterback.
But you know what happened was Greg won it, and they kind of played around him a little bit in 09 and 10. Greg was a really, really good quarterback.
Yeah,
That's right.
And the difference I would say is Greg started multiple games in the NFL. Stetson will never start a game in the NFL. Now, a little difference here is in the last decade, quarterbacks have become so elite, and there's so many good
different
quarterbacks.
game now than when Greg played.
Yeah, and I do think Alabama fans, you guys don't disrespect Greg's talents, but I don't think you remember it. And they did. They won with defense and running the football. Yes, they did all that. But as Brown said, you go look at what Greg did, even in the 09 game, in the 09 SEC championship game, you go look at what Greg did in that SEC championship game to win that game. You go look what Greg did on the drive to win at Jordan-Hare Stadium. That stuff doesn't happen unless you're an elite quarterback. And Greg was elite when it counted. They just didn't play through Greg like you do now. I mean, has the talent at quarterback gone up at Alabama with Tua?
No doubt.
And Jalen and Mac and Bryce? Yes, it's gone way up. But that doesn't mean Greg McElroy wasn't a great college quarterback. And I think Greg was better than Stetson Bennett, personally. There might be Alabama Jim there, but I think Greg was better than Stetson Bennett. You just said because he started in the NFL, you agree.
I think Greg was better than Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, me too. All right, more phone calls. We'll get to those. Also, the Farmfolio chat room, 205-734-0923 gets you into the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You can talk with us. And then over in the Farmfolio chat room, you guys are on fire today. Over 100 comments already. And Farmfolio brings you that chat room, Brown.
If you're worried about inflation, if you're worried about market volatility, Farmfolio could show you how your investment could turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
Next two segments. When we come back, we'll get into the one surprising guy who declared for the NFL yesterday from Alabama for me. And then at the top of the hour, what LT was talking about, Ryan Day. And this thing that keeps bubbling, is it really going to happen? Is it even on the table? We'll talk about that 2 segments from now. That's what's straight ahead on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now. And right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor with the Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Want to bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
You talk about therapy one day. LT just says, we were just show the picture again. Stephanie Walker, a meteorologist, NBC 13, NBC affiliate in Birmingham. This was the tweet she sent out with her son standing at the school bus with the Georgia fan, and it was playing in the commercial break there, and he's talking about obnoxious Georgia fan waiting in the bus. I hope he freezes. And LT just said, there's no way my kid would have been anything but a Rams fan.
Yeah, like my kids really don't care, but like if they grew up huge football fans, they would be Rams fans.
I mean, but if Jack grew up and said, you know what, I really like the 49ers, you would do what about that?
We'd have a talk. Let me say this. I don't think it would be possible because I'm so focused for those 3 hours on a Sunday of watching that game So I think that's normally what happens, right? Is kids gravitate to whatever their family members are watching. Like if they grow up diehard Alabama, Auburn, Tennessee, Georgia fans, that becomes such an event that they get caught up in it too. They see their parents or their uncle get excited about it, and that's how they gravitate and become fans. I'm fascinated to see how my nieces, Emma and Haley, end up, because dad's a Bama grad, mom's a Georgia grad, and right now it's split. Well, yeah, they're really young, and they're both trying to figure it out. Mom wants them to be Georgia fans. Dad wants them to be Alabama fans.
Well, once they get to what will happen, once they get to the formative age they make that decision, it's whoever the hottest team is going to be at that time. Right. I mean, there are a lot of kids who are Alabama fans because they win. You know, before they even think about going to school there because they win. But our friend Jimmy, his daughter is just now graduating Auburn. She was at the Auburn game with Auburn on top, pointing to me going, "Scoreboard done away. Look at the scoreboard." And I was like, I know. Congratulations.
I will tell you this, one of my proudest moments as a father of my teenage daughter, she wore a Dolphin sweatshirt to school one day, and one of the high school football coaches there said, "Oh, you're a Dolphins fan after they draft Tua and Jalen." And she said, "No, sir, there was never an option in my house. I've been Dolphins from the cradle."
That's my point.
I know. Yeah. I was very proud.
I don't know how Stephanie's kid ended up a Georgia fan.
Literally, I've been Dolphins from the cradle.
You guys have got to find out what happened, though. Because you said Dad is an Alabama fan. And
I'll text her dad.
She's a Penn State grad.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I understand why he's not a Penn State fan.
Meanwhile, my son is applying to the University of Toronto.
Well, hey, look, Maple Leafs talking about a bad run right now.
All right. Part of the show today being brought to you by the great folks at Cowan Equipment.
Maple Leafs.
No, they've had a terrible run.
Cowan Equipment gives us our poll question every day right there at Next Round Live on Twitter,
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet for sale now. Visit Cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Fedarian Mathis going to the NFL. I mean, he has a year of eligibility left because of the COVID rules, but he played 4 years, 55 games. No doubt he should go to the NFL.
So good.
He's so good down the stretch. Don't know if he slips into the first round or second round, but he will have a great NFL career, so no problem there. Josh Jobe, we sort of saw coming. But he's projected as a day 2, day 3 guy. I don't know if he could ever play himself into a first round grade.
I did see for a minute, unless I dreamed this, maybe on a mock draft last year, Joe being a first round guy. Yep. But I think the stock is obviously, it's fallen off.
So for him, you think, well, if you come back, maybe you could, play your way into a first round grade again. But then here comes Eli Ricks and some other talent in. You don't know what your situation. But Chris Allen, who lost the year to the foot injury in the Miami game, is a guy that I thought was going to come back.
Yeah.
That surprised me yesterday. Because you even talked yesterday about, Sanders leaving and what Dallas and, them, and you even mentioned Chris Allen being back, how the linebacking core was full.
Oh, crazy.
And seeing him leave, that surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, I was blown away by that, honestly, because he played a handful of plays this year
against Miami. Played really well in that first half. Had a sack.
But here's another thing: we talked about receivers benefiting from having other quality receivers, running backs benefiting from having other quality runners. What kind of blocking do you think Chris Allen was going to be on the other get on the other side of Ryan Anderson?
They'd all be They'll all be leaning right or left wherever Will Anderson is.
That's right. I mean, you were going to get some favorable blocking if you were Chris Allen coming back. It could have had a massive year. I'm very surprised by that.
Yeah, me too. On the portal, Kobe Hudson, who surprisingly left Auburn, unsurprisingly ends up at UCF with Gus Malzahn. I mean, you want a pipeline. If you don't like Auburn and you want to go somewhere else right now, apparently the door is open for you at UCF.
Yeah.
All you have to do is show your Auburn passport, and Gus says, "Yeah, come on in, we'll take you."
Yep. If you ever walked through Auburn while Gus was there, you got a spot in the transfer portal.
If you ever had Toomer's Lemonade, you're welcome at UCF right now. But this is a playmaker, LT, for Gus Malzahn. I don't know what he's going to be at quarterback now, But Kobe Hudson's a guy who made plays in the SEC. He'll make plays in the American.
No, I think he will too. Yeah, and he's one of those guys that you could just see kind of develop and get better each and every game. And, that was one of the guys outside of Tank Bigsby. I said, Auburn's got a playmaker in Kobe Hudson. And you look at Malzahn at Central Florida, they're still a high-profile team. For a Group 5. And Malzahn, Brown, you said it earlier, he found a way to lose 4 games, but they won 5 of 6 down the stretch. You expect him to be better in year 2?
Yeah, I do. So that's an interesting role.
Cincinnati will drop off a little bit.
That's a interesting little move there for UCF. So to set the table for today, Jackson Dart is at Ole Miss visiting with Lane Kiffin, choosing between Ole Miss, Oklahoma, and TCU, the USC transfer. Meanwhile, at USC, Caleb Williams has met the former Oklahoma quarterback with Lincoln Riley and the USC staff and with Chip Kelly and the UCLA staff. When we come back on the other side, the coaching carousel. It's been an interesting week for Chip Kelly at UCLA. What could be going on at Ohio State and in the National Football League with some carousel moves. That is coming up right here on The Next Round, being brought to you, as always, by our presenting sponsor, our friends at Bud Light. Drink responsibly. And from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, you can jump with us the next hour on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline by calling 205-734-0923. And remember, 1 hour from now, Slade Bolden, Alabama wide receiver, will join us at 11 o'clock right here on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Stay up to date with The Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We're rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
LTD&B with you another hour here on TNR. Slade Bolden in an hour. We're about to talk a little bit about our Team of the Decade discussion off of the Conor O'Gara Saturday Down South story. What it would take for Georgia or Alabama to do it again to be Team of the Decade, or Georgia to carry on what they did here to start off from this national championship and do more to be considered Team of the Decade coming up. Brown's got some coaches over and under on national championships, and we'll jump into that. But first, the headlines being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, with another year done and dusted, you'll want to jump into 2022 with a mortgage company that can be trusted. Mortgage Right can help you ring in the new year with some cash in your pocket. Put your home equity to work with a cash-out refinance. Consolidate debt, fix that rotting deck, or do what you need to do to get your financial house in order. Mortgage Right's team of experts, eager to offer the tips, tools, and guidance to give your finances a boost. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
UAB basketball at home tonight. Bartow 6:30 against FIU. ESPN Plus streaming for that game tonight. Unbeaten at home this year is UAB, coming off a road loss at Rice, their first loss in Conference USA. In those home games, every margin of victory has been 13 points or more, so they've been blowouts. And UAB's a favorite tonight against FIU. Andy Kennedy and his team going at it tonight. Last night, Buckyball got it handed to him by Wofford, 87-64 after beating Oregon State and Ole Miss on the road. Sanford now 1-3 in the SoCon. East Tennessee State at Pete Hanna this weekend, 2 o'clock there. We told you about Mathis and Jobe and Allen all leaving Alabama to go to the NFL. Couple of other declarations that are pretty big. Georgia running back James Cook, no surprise there. He's on his way to the NFL. Versatile guy, will thrive there. Also, Utah linebacker Dean Lloyd is on his way to the NFL. That guy's a monster.
Yeah, no, Lloyd's a guy that could have come out last year, would have been a first-round guy, back-to-back Butkus finalist, and could have come back next year again, but making the right decision here.
Yeah, could have been a first-rounder last year, as you said. That's interesting. A guy who could have been a first-rounder this year, maybe. Iowa linebacker Jack Campbell says he's coming back. He led the nation in solo tackles this year, and he says he's going to come back for one more ride with the Iowa Hawkeyes. Those are your headlines from the college sports world. In the NFL, playoffs this weekend. Saturday night with wind chill in the below zero in Buffalo for New England and the Buffalo Bills in their playoff game on Saturday night. Mac Jones, his first playoff start, the former Alabama quarterback who's a rookie, was asked about the nerves going into his first playoff start.
And just thinking back to those games at Alabama, were there butterflies before those playoff games? And do you expect butterflies on Saturday night?
Yeah, I think preparation helps eliminate that. And the plan is to be really prepared and continue to do what we do every week to feel that way. And obviously that's the goal, is to prepare really hard and then go out there and produce. And then you put those together and good things should happen.
He never looked nervous in playoff games at Alabama, the two that he played in, but those were pretty much blowouts, and he had superior talent.
I was going to make 2 points. Number one, none of those were on the road. They were all neutral site. Number two, he was always the better roster.
Yep.
And in the NFL, you just don't get that significant a gap in the rosters, especially in the playoffs. And I don't know how much better Buffalo is than them.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't think it's much.
They split in the regular season. You know, the conditions were so bad when Mac played on Monday night in Buffalo this last time. You know, really, I mean, the 3 attempts, we talked about this yesterday, well documented. I think what's interesting is kind of the veteran quarterbacks of this weekend's matchups in the AFC, at least on Saturday. You would say Derek Carr and Josh Allen, at least in the league longer. But the guys that seem cool and nothing bothers them, Joe Burrow and Mac Jones.
I think that tells you how well the SEC prepares you.
I think it does too,
for this level, playing in front of 80,000, 90,000, 100,000, always on a major television network with the pressure that comes from playing in the SEC. I think it sets the table for what you get in the National Football League. All right.
And Jalen Hurts will have that Sunday in Tampa.
That kind of savvy. Now, I think maybe a little bit more nerves knowing you're going against Tom Brady. I think there's a little awe and shucks when you're going against the
different
GOAT.
element. Yeah,
you want to try to I think a little bit of you wouldn't say it out loud. You want to outduel Tom Brady in a playoff game. That's a pelt you can put on your mantle forever, right?
Could you imagine sitting outside in negative degrees?
No, I could not. You?
I went to Titans-Dolphins, and it sleeted in the first half a couple Sundays ago, and I was the Dolphins were miserable. I was miserable. That weather was awful. That was in the 30s.
Well, I'll just
bring
it's
it 30 degrees lower.
So do you guys have any idea? So I know it was 9 degrees when we left for the hotel on Tuesday morning to do the show. Going into the stadium on Monday night, probably...
It was in the 20s.
Okay.
Yeah, coming out for me at Dunaway, it was like 12.
That
was pretty miserable, right, Jim?
I thought it was awful, just the 20 to 25 minutes of getting into the stadium. There is not, obviously I left at halftime. I can't imagine the dollar amount for me to have to sit in that if it was an outdoor venue.
3 hours.
Yeah. It was a closed roof, closed walls, whatever they have there. But near the end, I was starting to feel the draft from the outside a little bit. I guess people opening the doors and closing the doors.
I'm with you.
Was making it a little cooler on the inside for me.
They may not have that window caulked properly that opens there in the end zone.
All right. A Michelson look ahead to this decade, brought to you by our friends at Michelson, the wonderful docs over there that can get your eyesight perfect for the rest of your life here. And then Brown's going to walk us through some over-unders on national championships of some college football coaches.
Yeah, again, I'm coming up on 20 years of having 2015 vision. If you've worn the contacts or the eyeglasses for years, maybe 2022 is that year to see if LASIK is right for you. It's one simple call. 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with that hassle-free consultation, conveniently located UAB Highlands. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Call today, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, so Brownie, walk us through this, man.
All right, we're going to start with, I thought we were doing something else. I thought we were looking ahead at Georgia. The Jim Harbaugh. He's got 0 right now, if I put the over-under at 1.
I'm going to go under that because I think Jim Harbaugh will be in the National Football League the rest of his career. I don't think he coaches college again.
Well, I think even if he coached college, we look at the 13 teams since 1992 when we started pitting 1 versus 2 with the BCS, and then to the college football playoff. Only 13 programs have won a national championship. Michigan isn't one of them. Mm-hmm. It's not like they win a lot of these. He wasn't really close. I mean, he got to a college football playoff finally. They got blown out by Georgia. So there is the X factor that he could take an NFL job, but I still don't think he'll win one if he sticks.
Ryan Day is at 0 if I set the over-under at 1.5.
Okay, we got an interesting conversation coming up about Ryan Day in a little bit on whether he'll be in the NFL or not. If he stays in college athletics at Ohio State and doesn't leave and come back to college, but if he stays at Ohio State, what's your over-under number?
1.5.
I would take over that. I think he wins 2 or more.
I think two's probably the number for Ryan Day.
He's in the mix every year. It's like Alabama, Georgia, Clemson.
You know, we were talking to Ohio State fan yesterday, said you got to get that defense shored up. But, the one thing they've got is speed. And they do have an elite offense. They always seem to have an elite quarterback. And they recruit with the best of them. So it's an SEC team that resides in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Lincoln Riley is currently at 0 if it's at the over-under at 0.5.
Oh, I'd take way over that.
1.5.
1.5, I'd go over that. I think he's
2.5.
I think he's in a line for at least 2.
Wow.
Okay.
I think I would take over 0.5. I don't know if I would go over 1.5.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything out of USC football in a long time.
But here's what happens. Right? Usually in college football, good programs like USC, they come in pairs usually, right? You get back-to-back rarely, but you get 4-year window, you win 2, 3-year window, you win 2. If you're going to be, quote-unquote, battling for that team of the decade. Pete Carroll, I know technically it's 1.5, but I count that as 2 because I'm an Alabama guy. I mean, he won 2.
He won 2.
He won 2, right? So he won 2. Bear Bryant would win them in 78 and 79. He won them in 64 and 65 and 61. They come in clumps. Osborne, won a clump of them in the 90s. Insert Miami coach won a clump of them here. So I think USC, when he gets it right, will win 2.
But, how long does it take him to get it right? They were 4-8 this year.
He didn't put a born-on date for me. He just said how many would get.
Till death.
Okay.
This is till death.
And I still am fascinated to know because we saw different details of that contract with USC.
Yeah.
And I just want to know how long he's locked down, how much money he's making, because Lincoln Riley's another one of these guys. If Ryan Day takes an NFL job, and again, we'll get into that in a little bit, I think it just shows you that, any one of these guys at any time could take an NFL job. Matt Rule did it. Lincoln Riley could still do it after a couple of years.
I think I know where one of these is going to go. Jimbo Fisher currently at 1. If I put the over-under at 1.5.
Oh, I think Jimbo will win another one. I do.
Where?
In fact, I got a stake. He'll win it at Texas. He'll win it at Texas A&M.
I can't envision it. When Kirby, obviously, I bet a stake on it. When he took the Georgia job, a lot of people said Georgia's never going to win one. I can envision that. I just can't see Texas A&M, especially with Jimbo Fisher winning a national championship.
Lunsford, you're a tremendously smart man. I've got Jimbo Fisher winning.
You called him simple yesterday, by the way.
Simple
I know
mind.
to make up for it.
Simple mind. I meant beautiful mind.
Yeah.
Sure. Yes. I've got a stake that Jimbo Fisher wins a national championship before we land a human on Mars. How close are we to landing a human on Mars?
Not that close.
Yeah.
Because to be fair, I'm a Jimbo Fisher believer too. I said for years he'd be the first one to beat Nick Saban. I was right on that. I think if you said in his lifetime, not just in the next decade, in his lifetime he wins one, yes.
Are we even actively trying to get somebody on Mars right now? We were for a minute, but I don't know that we are anymore.
Well, because right now I know a lot of it is SpaceX trying to kind of figure out what the next step is.
Right.
And so I don't know if Mars is part of that or not.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll ask you guys, if you are on Mars, do you weigh less or more than you do here? This was one of the trivia questions last night at Odie's.
You weigh less because you're further away from the sun. Take that, Thibodeaux. Is that true or false?
I'm going to say you weigh more.
You weigh less.
Yeah.
I don't know that necessarily has anything to do with it, does it?
How far you are from the sun? No,
Yeah.
I think it's got more to do with the rotation of the planet you're on, the gravitational pull.
Yeah, I don't think any of us know the correct answer.
I don't know,
why,
but I tell you what I think.
But it is less. But I don't know why in the hell you'd want to go to Mars.
There's no reason.
I thought The Martian was a pretty good movie.
It's easier to go to Way to Wellness just down the street here. Planforme.com. Planforme.com.
But I do think that Jimbo Fisher, with the money he's making, he's a guy that might shut it down in the next 10 years after this contract's over because he's already won one. He seems like a guy that likes to hunt and fish and do some other things.
Smuff says we've already put a human on Mars. Didn't you guys watch the documentary The Martian? Hey, could you eat potatoes? How long could you live on potatoes?
Is that what the Martian had to live on?
Isn't that what he lived on?
Yeah, so he had to. That was one with Matt Damon. I mean, obviously it was fake, but it was
very believable.
We're aware.
Very believable.
He put like a tent and like basically grew potatoes with his own waste as like the fertilizer.
Cool.
I mean,
I could eat potatoes for a month if I got to do them different ways.
Yeah, I mean that's
there's
the
so many
thing.
great ways to do a potato.
I mean, but
he didn't have a deep fryer up
you
there.
went on the waste thing.
My own waste.
But I mean, your waste or horse's waste. I mean, you throw horse manure out there in potato fields all the time.
I know cow waste.
Yeah.
I know it just feels different because I eat cows. I don't eat me.
Yeah.
My growing stuff with my own waste, my own like fecal matter. Does the idea of that disgust me?
Well, I mean, we end up washing the potato before we serve it up.
And also, the horse manure and cow manure has been processed. I don't think he processed his own waste, right? He just did it and put it in the ground.
I don't remember. I saw that movie once.
Not back when I grew up. You didn't process anything.
Well, I'm just saying the stuff you go to Lowe's and buy in a bag that is cow poop is processed.
Yeah, we used to.
It's not like legit.
By the way, the old school Irish lived on potatoes.
They
And
did.
when they had the potato famine, that was a problem.
I could eat potatoes for a long, long time. I mean, I would not want to only have potatoes, but I...
Like around the table, do you think we all have a different way, the best way to prepare the potato?
I don't think it's good because I think Jim would say deep fried like French fries.
Well, I enjoy a French fry.
Yeah. Well, what's the best way?
I like them roasted with a little sea salt and pepper, and I put them in the oven at 450.
The red potatoes, the small ones?
No. The normal potatoes.
Those new potatoes, I'm not crazy about.
See, I think that might be my favorite way with a little rosemary on them.
Yeah, but the new potatoes, I don't like the way they taste. I like the Idaho.
You know when I like new potatoes is when they're in like
Idaho.
When they're in like a
I think they're like
shrimp
candy.
boil. When they're in a shrimp boil, I like a new potato there. I would say the best way to do potatoes. Do I get sweet potatoes in this?
I would say no.
Sweet potato casserole is the best way to do any potato. If I'm limited to your standard.
Shout out to the New York Butcher Shop. Have you had their goat cheese mashed potatoes?
I have not, no.
Oh, my
gosh. I'm assuming on Mars I don't have a lot of goat cheese available.
Yeah, y'all do that today. New York Butcher Shop at Cava Heights and 119, right?
Yep.
Right next to our friends at Taco Mama.
That might be the best way to do it.
Go by there and try their goat cheese mashed potatoes.
Oh, my gosh.
It's unbelievably good. Wait, real quick.
A tater tot's good, too. Are you a tater tot guy?
I'm a tater tot guy, yeah.
Well, scalloped.
But you got to have the ketchup with the tater tot.
See, I hate ketchup. Like a good tater tot that's almost like light and airy when you bite into it. Like,
but it's got to be crisp on the outside.
Crisp on the outside.
I agree.
But kind of light and airy inside. I mean,
Okay, so I go with the roasted potatoes, number one for me. French fries are French fries. Love French fries. Number two for me would be just a baked potato, but I don't put butter, any of that on it. I just eat it, baked potato, and I eat the skin too. Do you eat the skin?
I love the skin, but I love the place that will wrap the potato, and they'll have almost a salt block on the outside of the skin.
Oh, yeah, that is good.
That's
good. That's good. I like that too. Yes, I like it. Number three, and it may not even be real potatoes, but the Waffle House hash browns are phenomenal.
Well, how do you go?
Scattered, covered, and smothered.
Scattered is...
Did you go sputtered?
Sputtered?
Sputtered, yes. Scattered, covered, and smothered.
That's what it was in the Martian.
Smothered in onions. Scattered is the way they are.
Yeah.
And then covered is cheese.
Yeah, because I go covered, capped, country, and... what's the other one?
But I made them
chopped, chunked.
With the ham.
Yeah, with the ham.
Yeah. I made a mistake, though, because I like the crunchy parts the most. And I asked for one time crunchy, and it came out, and basically it was like a skillet. It was just nothing but crunchy.
Yeah, she took you seriously.
What about the...
You go single, double, or triple order?
Normal order.
Normal order,
yeah,
single
because
order?
I've got a single order because I've got a
stack of waffles.
Waffle dark.
Yep.
I have 2 scrambled eggs, bacon, and grits.
My Lord.
What about the scallop potatoes?
Diet Coke. Diet Pepsi.
Yes.
Are y'all scallop potatoes, guys?
Au gratin. Scalloped au gratin.
I think they're out there, and I love it with a little cheese and breadcrumbs on the top.
Anything cheesy with potatoes.
That's
is
right.
good.
I love how we think we could do any of this on Mars.
Yeah. No, it's just a potato and your own poop on Mars.
Literally, I think he was probably just eating the potato.
By the way, Jim, you weigh more on Jupiter, Saturn, and Neptune.
It's about the size of the planet.
It's the moons, and the gravity is what it is.
Correct.
No, the gravity is, I think, created by the size of the planet, and like I said, the rotation of the planet is what's created.
Just saying, it has nothing to do with how close you are, because Venus and Mercury are closer, and you weigh less there.
Yeah.
So
the sun really has no impact.
Hey, listen,
but good call.
I'm educating.
I love you. Shout out,
I'm a simple
Kayvon
man, but I'm
Thibodeaux.
educating.
Listen, I was a great answer. We play Jim and Not a lot. You guys ask a question, I give a quick answer. It's up to you to decide whether I'm lying or not lying. I was lying then. That was a not.
No, I thought you felt good about that, though.
Oh, I did originally, but then I started thinking about the
You
moons.
got the answer right. That's all that matters.
And the gravity.
You don't have to show your
get the
work on
answer
how you
right.
got there.
When you
I knew it was because of gravity.
Yeah.
I just couldn't figure out what causes.
By the way, that's what I
gravity.
try to tell these new math teachers. Like, I know how to get the answer.
Yeah.
I
Oh, I
don't
got in
do
trouble all
math
the
the
time.
right way anymore.
Yeah.
Right. When we strolled in today, did you think you'd be discussing when a decade actually started and what causes gravity?
No, but that's why I like this show.
Yeah. Dabo
That's why
Swinney.
this is the only show I listen to.
Dabo Swinney. And that's only half the time. Dabo Swinney.
No, wait a second. You don't call me listening half the time.
No, I do it all the time.
I literally said Brown is going to walk us through this coaches thing after he tells us about Michelson.
You said Michael said we were going to look at the next decade of football.
No, I will to his
Well, that's what
point.
we're doing,
say-
over the
I will
over-under
to his
totals.
point. You said, when are we going to do this? And he said, in this segment. And you go, oh, really?
And then he teased something else. All right. Dabo Swinney has 2. If I put the over-under at 2.5.
Oh, so he just needs one more?
That's it.
Yeah, he's
going
gonna
to
get
get him
another
2.5. Oh,
one.
you think Dabo will get
Yeah,
another
I
one?
do.
Interesting. I thought I put this in because I got the feeling Lance is packing in on Dabo.
Boy, if this
He
bottom
just
falls,
defended him against Kirby and
no,
Georgia.
this would be like one of the more amazing things that I've seen in college football. That Dabo right now is 50, 51 years old.
Yeah.
If the bottom completely falls out,
But the bottom doesn't have to completely fall out for him not to win a national championship. I mean, he could be in the playoffs and all that.
He could be what Lincoln and Bob Stoops were for most of the time.
Yeah,
at
but
Oklahoma.
to me, that's the bottom falling out almost to Clemson based on where they were.
Yeah.
But would you have been surprised that Pete Carroll only won 2?
Oh, shocked.
Yeah, me too.
But again, if he never would have gone to the NFL, if the Reggie Bush situation wouldn't have happened, Pete Carroll would have won another 1 or 2.
All right, so the obvious 2 that are left here. Kirby Smart has 1. If I put the over-under at 2.5.
So 2 more?
That'd be 2 more.
Yeah, I would take that.
So you think he'll get to 3?
So you've got everybody winning a bunch of national championships.
You really
I don't know how
do.
that math works. I mean, you went over on every one.
I got to go back and do the math and see if we've got enough championships to hand out for Dunaway.
Well, it's not just this decade, though, right?
Well, it's not. But I mean, most of these guys are going to struggle to get out of this decade as head coaches.
Well, Kirby's what, 40,
All right.
44?
Well, let me just run back through it
I think
before we
he's
get to
45 now.
Jim Harbaugh, will he be at Michigan at the end of this decade?
I don't think he's at Michigan end of this week.
Jimbo Fisher, will he be at Texas A&M at the end of this decade?
I think he will be.
I doubt that.
9 years?
That's not
9 more years.
long
No,
time.
No.
Where the hell is he going to go?
Retired,
fired,
get
unemployment.
fired.
He's got all those ranches.
One of his 2 ranches.
Okay, but
Lincoln Riley.
I mean, how many did I have Jimbo winning?
I think you went over.
What was the
Well,
over?
he was at 1. You went 1.5. He don't have
so
to
one
win
more. There's
yeah.
one more. So there's one more. Okay.
Lincoln Riley. You'll think he'll be at USC for an entire decade.
You have him winning like 4 or 5, which I like. But
No, but I had him. I had him winning 2. I said 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Ryan
there's 2
Day.
more.
You think he's going to the NFL? Probably we'll get to that in a moment.
But I had him winning 2.
Dabo Swinney. He'll coach another 9 years to finish out this decade.
I had him winning 1.
Or 10, however we want to look. Kirby Smart.
I had him winning 2 more. Yeah. Okay.
But you think he'll be at Georgia for the remainder of this decade?
Yeah.
I think
Kirby's
that's
in
it.
the next 2 decades.
All right. Wow.
20 more years.
Jeez.
What's Kirby going to do? He's got no life.
Well, I mean, that'd have him coaching 25 years, 26 years.
How many is that, though?
Who
Just
doesn't
quick
work
math.
26 years?
People that make $10 million a year don't work 26
Smart
years.
people that make
Yeah.
$20 million a year.
Did Kirby look like he wasn't having a good time the other night?
He did, but
he
do you
smoked a
know-
cigar. He threw out deuces.
Do you know what a grind it is on these guys to do that for 26 years? When I'm making $10 million a year, and at some point my net worth's $50 million, and I think I can go to 30A and never coach another game, or I can go try to convince a 17-year-old to go to me over 50 different schools when I could win with or without him.
And I think it almost becomes more of a grind now that Kirby's won one, because guys like you think he's going to win 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Somebody's writing an article that they're going to be the team of the
They've
decade.
won 1 since 1980. You think he's going to win 3?
Guys like me.
Yeah.
Guys.
Nick Saban is at 7. If I put the over-under at 8.5.
So 2 more for Nick?
2 more.
I'll take over. That's 10. That's 10. That's 10
Holy
championships.
crap.
Nick's got 1 more in him.
I don't think you've got enough championships.
That's 10 right there. I've been keeping up. That's 10 championships.
Okay.
That's a decade.
You've done a decade. So the whole decade's going to come from this group I've got on this
Well,
pad
I mean,
right
who
here.
else is going to win one not on that list?
I don't know.
You-
Somebody's going to come out of nowhere. Dabo Swinney, when he took the Clemson job, you didn't think he'd win 2.
It's not like you put Jimmy Chadwell on there.
Jamie Chadwell, yes.
No, Jimmy.
His brother.
His brother is going to get into coaching.
Hot up-and-coming coach.
I mean, it's not like you put any of those guys in there. You went with the best of the best. That's where the championships
No, I think
come
that's
from.
what's interesting, too, is there's another coach that we don't even know about.
That's right.
There's another Lincoln Riley or Ryan Day out there.
There's a coach I did not have on this list that I would confidently
In the next
say,
decade, we'll win a
that's
national
right, a
championship.
coach from this list before.
You didn't have my boy Sark.
I did not have Sark.
You didn't have Dan Lanning.
I didn't have Brent Venables. It wouldn't blow me away at Oklahoma.
Brian
Brent
Kelly.
Venables. I didn't have Brian Kelly.
You didn't have Billy Napier.
I didn't.
Yeah, I would
all
put
those guys are left off
Brian Kelly, he's going to win a national championship.
at LSU.
Yeah, I mean, Orgeron won one.
Would
Les
not
Miles
blow
won
me
one.
away.
Okay, if I take that list, Brown's list, I give you the field.
But you're going to get really confused here.
Why? I take Brown's list, you get the field.
All it takes is one guy that is not on that list to win one before. What's our cutoff date?
5 years?
No, not
7 years.
Well, we were talking 10.
We were talking 10. But I'll go 9.
Well, the only way, I mean, are you going to be here 9 years from now?
Probably not.
Will you guarantee me you'll
Are
be
you
here?
talking about on the planet or in the studio?
In the studio.
I'm going
gonna
to try
be
my
here.
best to be in the studio.
I'm going to
9
be
years,
here
yeah.
9 years from now.
I feel like financially with kids, yes, I will be here 9 more years.
Brett, Jeff, Goose,
If
Gaston,
you guys
Smuff,
allow it, it depends on
Daniel,
them.
they're going to
It
be here
depends
9
on
years from
them.
now.
Yeah.
Will you guys commit to 9 years? I'll make this stake bet. If you guys in the Farmfolio chat room, we'll go 9 years here. I'll take Brown's list the next 9 years. You get everybody else not on Brown's list.
7 coaches.
I've got 7 coaches. You got everyone else on the
Yes.
planet.
And
Yes.
7, and 2 of them could be in the NFL tomorrow. So really, you might only be getting
they
5.
will be if this bet goes down.
Yeah. That's true. That's a landmine Ohio State football. They don't even know it.
Listen, if I land by myself not being here in 9 years, then I'm not going to be here to worry about.
You're about to lose over 25% of this list right now.
Yeah. You don't have to pay off the steak if you're not here in 9 years. Doesn't really matter.
We've decided, though, that Maggie would be on the hook.
She pays off the steaks, pays off all steaks. They go in the will and trust.
I mean, it'd be pretty crappy of LT to,
Make
her dressed
pay.
in black and, hey, you want to run out to Oak House tonight?
Yeah, I know that checks in the mail from Northwestern.
Yeah.
But
I'm starving.
Yeah. Can we just swing by Oak House real quick?
You know how they do potatoes there?
Yeah.
Let me describe all the ways.
All right. Our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Bud Light and the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. We got the viewing menu coming up next. Lunsford will give us a little something. He's also got our 3 and Out today with Rockstar Out.
That was
Non-sports
deep thinking,
related.
by the way.
Yeah.
I liked it, but it was deep. I like it.
Do y'all want to do that next segment, or would you like to do it in the 12 o'clock hour?
Give me a little bit on it.
12 o'clock hour feels kind of full.
12 o'clock hour feels full?
Yeah.
All right. So we're
I'm
split
fine
on
either
the
way.
table here.
I'm fine either way.
Always good when you do a vote. That's why it's a republic, not a democracy.
So how about after the segment after the viewing menu? Give me a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. The segment before Slade. There you go.
Yeah.
Producing on the fly. You don't get that kind of programming anywhere except right here on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's First Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Back with you on the Next Round. Our show being brought to you in part today by our friends at New Life Art. I was trying to think as the game was going on, what play was it going to be if Alabama had held on to that lead against Georgia, that fourth quarter lead against Georgia. What play was it going to be that Daniel Moore was going to paint, you know?
Oh.
Well, I mean,
if Hall makes that grab?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a touchdown, though. I think he's out of bounds on the 2, right? I mean, that was the end zone opposite where we were sitting, but it looked like he was going to be out of bounds on the 2.
Really, I think the Daniel Moore painting was going to be them hitting Stetson Bennett.
Well, I'll tell you what the painting was going to be. If Alabama drives down ties and gets the conversion and forces overtime, it was going to be whatever absolutely heartbreaking moment Georgia lived through at the hands of Alabama football. That was going to be the play, because if that game gets to overtime, Georgia would have crumbled with their history.
Well, New Life Art bring you those memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 1-800-735-2787. You can also view his incredible work today. Go to danielmooreart.com.
What do you got, Lunsford?
All right, so anybody a BattleBots fan? Anybody ever watched that?
No.
Is that where each team makes a bot and they battle each other in the ring?
Seen it,
yeah, almost kind of like a little remote control car, but it has like saw blades and stuff like that on it. Anyway, starting a new season tonight on Discovery at 6 p.m. I love the old one that was on Comedy Central, I think is where it started, and then moved to ABC. They kicked it off ABC. Nobody really likes it anymore. 610 FXM, Independence Day Resurgence. Anybody see the sequel to that? To Independence Day?
No.
You know what is weird? I was flipping channels yesterday afternoon at home, and Independence Day was on one of the movie channels. And that is such a cheesy movie.
Oh, the first one's great.
The first one?
Great.
First one's great.
Cheeseball, man.
For what it is, it's a great movie.
When Randy Quaid, spoiler alert, flies into the spaceship.
Oh, so great.
I'm back!
And Harry Connick Jr. is one of the other pilots.
Anyway, sequel did not live up to the hype, and Will Smith is not even in it, but for the most part, everybody else is in it. And then I never get to say anything about this because I'm never on the microphone, but 7 p.m. tonight, my number one in the Western Conference, Nashville Predators, taking on the Buffalo Sabres. I know I don't care anything about hockey, and especially don't care about the Preds, but the Preds on tonight. And then I will actually...
So wait, the Preds are good this year?
Yeah, the number one in the Western Conference right now.
Who's the number one in the East?
I think your Lightning and Panthers are tied for first place right now.
Yeah. Panthers, Hurricane, and Lightning all pretty good.
The Hurricane's right behind them. Yep. And then I'm actually being drugged to see Scream tonight. It comes out tonight, technically. I'm sure Rockstar will say something tomorrow.
I thought the original one, because I saw it in the theaters, I thought it was well done.
I just don't like horror movies. It's a slasher movie. I know it's got humor and stuff to it.
Who's the Party of Five girl that's
Neve
in
Campbell.
It? Yeah, Neve Campbell.
Used to like her.
Courtney Cox is in it. David Arquette.
So they got them all back together.
Those three at least.
Yeah.
Everybody else is dead, I guess. I didn't see the rest of them.
No, but did you see the original? I thought it was good.
No. I don't do scary movies.
It's not
Jump
like
scares.
over the top scary. It's like he said. It's more. It was more of a stylish flick back. I think it was '96. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's right.
Yeah, more stylish, and had some a lot of comedy in it.
I usually do of Nev Campbell's work. I usually trend towards Wild Things.
No, I get that. Yeah, certain scenes. But Drew Barrymore was in the original, and she didn't last long. But you were a Drew Barrymore fan, right?
Loved Drew Barrymore back in the day. Yeah,
she gets gutted early.
Yeah,
not to give that away, but again, 96.
If you haven't seen that one by now.
I mean, that's an iconic scene in the very beginning of that first movie.
Oh, it is.
It's, do you like scary movies and all that kind of stuff? By the way, Tommy asked if it's only in theaters. Yes, it's only in theaters for now.
All right, so that's what Lunsford is watching and telling us to watch. Basketball tonight, I'm debating on running down and watching Andy's team, 6:30 Bartow, FIU, and UAB playing tonight. Ryan Day's situation, you guys believe there may be some legs into this discussion of him at least considering the National Football League. What's happening? What do you think?
The story will not go away, Lance. I mean, when Jim says legs, it just continues to hang out there.
Well, I thought it was interesting. I heard a conversation this morning. Do you know what Ryan Day is making right now?
I would guess $5.5 million.
I think he is making $7 million.
He's making $7.5 million.
Okay, $7.5.
You know what Matt Nagy is making?
I think he is making $8 million.
Matt Nagy's making $5 million.
Wow.
Okay, I'm not taking less to do it for sure.
Is that interesting? Now, they would pay him probably, if they really want him, they're going to pay him more. But I think it's interesting to know that the Chicago Bears coach is making less than the Ohio State coach. And I think that's...
For the record, he's done less than the Ohio State coach.
But there's this perception out there that the NFL is the great model, which, to a lot it is when you look at the numbers. And we went through the television numbers the other night. But the fact is, college football's got a ton of money. And if I'm Ryan Day, I'm staying put. But there is that element that the eyeballs and the power of the NFL and that intrigue and an organization like the Chicago Bears. I'm with you. I think if he stays at Ohio State, he could be there forever. And he's counting money. He's counting championships.
But let's be honest. You work harder in college football than you do in the National Football League. And that's not an insult to what you do in the NFL. It's just organized work in the NFL. There's no
You actually get a
recruiting.
vacation.
That's right. I mean, there are times you work and there are times you don't work. Not that the work is easier. It's just the schedule is managed better. Than the college game is the wild, wild west of you working all the time. And if you're not working, Kirby Smart and Nick Saban are working.
But the biggest reason you make more in college football is in college football, you can tie revenue more to the successful head coach than you can in the NFL.
Oh, that's right.
For instance, what's the most valuable NFL franchise?
Dallas Cowboys.
When's the last time they've had an elite head coach?
Or when's the last time they won a Super Bowl?
When's the last time they won a Super Bowl?
Yep.
So it doesn't matter as much in the NFL, money, dollar and cents wise.
Yeah.
Like anybody would want Bill Belichick to pay for him because I'm going to win a bunch of Super Bowls. But as far as my revenue goes, it's not as much tied to the head coach. In college, it's 100% tied to the head coach.
It's a coach's game in college.
No doubt.
It's a player's game in the NFL.
You guys
Even though it's a
probably
player's
saw
game
it.
in college that wins it.
Yeah.
But the coaches are the stars.
But they can be more directly tied to the overall revenue of the program.
Like people dogged out Donald Sterling for so long, even way before his controversy.
Right.
When he was the owner of the Clippers, because they couldn't understand why he didn't really care about assembling a roster that would not only not even compete, but be competitive.
Other owners complained about him not putting a competitive product on the court.
He didn't care. He was making money. I mean, that's the thing. When you get to these professional leagues, they all make money.
Like I think they started writing rules. Like there was a minimum he had to spend. I think because of him.
I think you're right.
I think they made a rule that there was a minimum he had to spend.
But Brown,
you got to be competitive.
You can't just draw a paycheck.
That's right.
It's interesting you bring up the Cowboys because I do think it takes certain owners that, all these guys are successful guys, obviously. They're billionaires. But I think Jerry Jones truly loves the Cowboys, and that's what's interesting. I mean, he meddles a lot, and maybe that's the downfall. But it is weird that he's never really gone after that championship coach.
He hasn't. And my point is, like,
I guess he did with Bill Parcells.
You need a good head coach to win in the NFL. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the reason they don't get paid the way college coaches get paid is Alabama can pay Nick Saban $9.5 million, A, because he wins championships every other year, and B, because Alabama can look at where was our revenue pre-Nick Saban, where was our revenue now? And it's through the roof. I mean, Alabama... The money they invested, Nick Saban, in that football program, they make back tenfold. It's an amazing investment for Alabama athletics. It's not the same in the NFL. You don't have to have an elite head coach to make money in the NFL. The Cowboys are the proof of it. They're the most valuable product there.
Yeah, and truthfully, when it comes to that, a place like Tuscaloosa, if Nick Saban needed to make $2 million more and the school didn't want to pay it, they could go to Walt Maddox or whoever the mayor of Tuscaloosa is now and say,
what's it worth to you?
Hey, can you $2 million of city funds to throw into the coaches fund? It would be well worth it.
Yeah, I mean, what's it worth to your tax base to have Nick Saban? I mean, Walt Maddox would probably say, where do I sign up? I think there are probably some ethics issues with that he couldn't get past, but in his mind, he would say, I'll sign right up for that.
But far away from what we were talking about is Ryan Day leaving Ohio State. Do you think he ends up doing this? If you're the Chicago Bears, what's more attractive, Jim Harbaugh or Ryan Day?
Ryan Day.
Ryan Day to you.
Yeah, because I think now Harbaugh, it's funny I say that. It's weird I say that because Jim Harbaugh's actually been to a Super Bowl as an NFL head coach.
A power outage and one interception away from winning the Super Bowl.
But I think if I'm if I'm the Chicago Bears, this is an offense. I need offense, right? Who do you look at and say is a more innovative offensive guy, Ryan Day or Jim Harbaugh?
I would say Ryan Day. At one point, I thought Harbaugh was. I mean, Harbaugh now is more of a CEO type coach, in my opinion. Ryan Day is more in on the play calling, and Justin Fields is your quarterback.
That's where I was going to go. Is the familiarity with the quarterback? You had success there. I know it's a different level. Harbaugh, we've seen it before. I don't want to say it seems like a retread, but it is. Ryan Day is the up and coming coach. I would be much more excited about Ryan Day.
Yep, I would too. I just feel like Harbaugh is coaching an NFL style that worked a decade ago. Isn't that how long it's been since he's been the San Francisco head coach? It's been about a decade, right? And you'll give me that the college game has changed immensely since then, but the pro game has too. Stuff that has worked in the college game has made its way to the pro game. I don't know that I'm getting that with Jim Harbaugh now. The same stuff that got me to a Super Bowl with San Francisco, I don't know that it gets me to the Super Bowl with Chicago. I feel like I'm closer to that with Ryan Day.
A Precision Sports injury update here. And while LT gets you ready for that, I will tell you that Bill O'Brien interviewing for the Jaguars job. The Alabama OC, no movement on that front yet. We'll keep you posted. Ryan Day, we'll see if he has NFL interest as well. Update for this upcoming playoff game being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports.
Yeah, from pediatrics to geriatrics, those injuries started to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit PrecisionSportsOrtho.com.
Green Bay off this week. Aaron Rodgers says yesterday that his toe will be 100% by the time they play the following weekend. That's great news for Packer fans. That's 100%, I guess, until somebody steps on it.
Yeah, that's not good news for Rams or Cardinals fans.
The rest of the NFC, really. Yeah.
I'd step on it if I was a Rams defensive lineman. And then in a game happening noon Sunday, Philadelphia at Tampa Bay, Jalen Hurts had not been fully participating in practice due to an ankle. Did fully participate yesterday. Is a good 100% go for the Eagles against the Buccaneers, 12 noon on Fox this weekend. That's a Precision Sports update. When we come back, Lunsford has our 3 and Out today. Keep in mind, if you just want to record it or flip over, big Sunday for Alabama gymnastics. Live on ABC.
What?
At 2 o'clock on Sunday, opposite of the NFL playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
But still, college gymnastics on ABC Live this Sunday. It's Alabama at number 2 Florida. So little national ABC love for college gymnastics, and the Tide and the Gators on the mat and on the beam and on that horse thing.
I'd go to break.
We're back in a moment.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor with the Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
Matt Zenitz and Charlie Potter reporting that Alabama linebacker Jalen Moody has entered the transfer portal. Also, wide receiver transfer Jaden Jackson is leaving Ole Miss, transferring to South Alabama. That from Matt Zenitz and the folks at On3 Sports there as the portal and the free agency of college football continues. But right now it is time for our 3 and Out today. It is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, if you need to get that car winterized, take it to see our guys, locally owned and operated. They can do anything you need, bumper to bumper. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hang on, I gotta pull it up.
First down.
Quite all right.
You got it.
A lot of balls in the air here. I understand it.
All right. Who is someone that is almost universally loved that you can't stand?
So I don't know if he's universally loved anymore, but for me it was Michael Jordan. I could not stand the guy. I respect everything he's done, I mean, the guy is arguably the best athlete of all time. But being a Lakers fan growing up and just watching how good he was and how dominant he was, that was kind of the beginning of the end of Boston and the Lakers. And I just never was a fan.
Tom Brady is nowhere close to universally loved, right? I think he will be one day, though.
I think he is very polarizing because there's so many NFL fans, and if you're not a fan of the Patriots or now Tampa Bay, it's been tough.
But do you think one day he'll be the elder statesman that everybody's like, God, I love Tom Brady. I'll never be able to get to that point because of how often he beat my team.
I think he'll disappear.
Oh, do you?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like a private guy.
I mean, I don't know who is universally loved, but I think a lot of people like Terry Bradshaw. I've never liked him on the Fox pregame. Even before he got older, I never really liked him on that show. Like, I've always liked Howie Long more.
You like Jimmy?
I like Strahan. I like Jimmy. You know, I understand Terry's the shtick, a part of it.
He's probably my least favorite, but I do think Fox has the best pregame, postgame show.
Yeah, I agree with that. I really, really, really dislike Phil Simms.
Oh, Phil and Boomer and
I like Boomer. I love Nate.
You don't like Cower?
I like Cower. I
like
like JB.
Okay. I like Nate.
Yeah.
JB's good.
You know,
I liked JB more than Kurt for a while. Kurt's grown on me a little bit.
I find that I never watch those shows. I'm not home to watch. I'm racing home from church to catch the start of the Dolphins games, so I don't watch the pregame. At halftime, I'm making the bathroom run, and postgame, I'm going to the next live game.
You know what's crazy is I watch those shows a lot more than I watch game day.
That is crazy.
I don't watch pregames. I watch halftime and postgame.
Second down.
What is an obviously known fact that gets more unnerving the more you think about it?
Boy, I could go deep here and go with, I mean, seriously, like Old Faithful, due for eruption, and, it's going to kill half the Midwest or the Mountain West. Our debt to China, sun exposure is getting worse and worse. But how about every time you get in a bed, there's between 100,000 and 10 million bed mites or dust mites?
That doesn't bother me. I think they're there for a reason.
What's that reason? To eat your skin?
No, I mean, it's just there's a reason.
I like a clean bed.
There's a reason why God has them there, right? There's a reason why they exist.
Okay, why do serial killers exist? I
don't know.
That population control?
I don't have all the answers, as we learned earlier about gravity. To me, I was reading today, we've got this, 500-foot asteroid that's going to come within 1 million miles of Earth, and that's dangerously close or something.
Is that new? Or don't look up. That's not the movie. This is real.
No, this is real. This is real. And that we actually have tested on ways, if ever one is really coming at Earth, on how to, sort of change its path. But they, the number was in there of how many asteroids are in the orbit that we're in that come flying by us.
You ever played the game?
I have.
It's very overwhelming.
But it is. But when we do our little snow globes and our little planet module in 4th grade, we never have all the asteroids floating around in there. I always think it's just the sun. And then boom, 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 boom. I don't think all these other things are flying around out there. There's a lot of space garbage, and it scares the hell out of me.
I don't want to get into does the decade start at the 0 or the 1 discussion, but I actually did some research with this to see if this were fact or fiction. Rockstar has told us before, you're always within 3 feet of a spider when you're in a natural habitat. And the more you think about that, the more that will freak you out. I have done some research, though, leading up to this segment, and there is a huge debate on whether or not that's actually true.
I have never seen one in this building.
I mean,
I know.
We're not 3 feet from one right now.
Well, I think in natural settings is what they're saying. Because you can control it here.
And
thanks to our friends at Wayne, Smart Pest Control.
And boy, I thank you for doing the 3 and Out today. But some of the things that I've learned today, like you, like I learned that the dead outlive, and this makes sense, or the dead outnumber the living by like 16-1 now.
Well, yeah, that's only going to grow.
I get that.
Yeah.
But I mean, just when you think about it, that's crazy.
But that's obvious.
It is obvious.
So obvious.
It's only going to grow.
Third down.
I'm with you, Gaston, on Dick Vitale. But
it's harder now to hate him than ever.
I know. That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
I used to really dislike him, but now it's like...
My answer to that question would have been Garth Brooks. I hate Garth Brooks.
Yeah, I like Garth Brooks' music.
All right. What should everyone experience in their lifetime?
Again, I could go deep. I could say failure. I could say heartbreak. But I'm going to go your
Man,
team.
You've changed.
No, your team winning a championship. I think everybody should experience that.
Yeah, I would agree 100%.
Going back to Super Bowl 34, and it's been over 20 years now for me, and there was just something about that moment.
Having seen the Nationals win the World Championship back in 19, I can only imagine my reaction if the Dolphins did it.
Yeah.
My reaction to what the Nationals were, and I care about the Dolphins infinitely more than I care about the Nationals.
Well, you guys got to watch a Rams game with me for a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever do
Never
that.
again.
I don't blame you.
Never
I
again.
mean,
it was worse than I expected. It was worse than I expected.
Sorry, but I mean, that's why I do it by myself.
I wouldn't go horrifying, but I understand why you don't watch in public now.
Yeah.
I understand about the championship thing. I'm suffering withdrawal. I haven't seen one of my teams win a championship since February. It's hard.
Geez. I was going to say an act of service. I think until you serve others.
No, I don't disagree at all.
My daughter right there would be saying, "Great Sunday school answer, Brown."
It is.
Yeah.
It's right there in the Bible. It's right there in the Bible, Jim.
The answer everyone wants to hear right there. What should everyone experience in their lifetime? I really, truly believe every emotion, every day. You should smile, you should laugh, you should cry.
Jimmy V.
Thank you, Jimmy V.
And that's what you should do every day.
You think Jimmy V like Dickie
I'm
V?
stuck in traffic. I left my phone on my roof, pulled out from my house today, and I'm coming back down.
How you found that?
Coming back down 280, it was just shut down. And I called my wife. I said, "Hey, if you're leaving, it's a zoo out here. I would just work from home until about 9 o'clock." And I'm out in it, and she goes, "Oh, I'd hate to be in the car with you right now." And I said, "No, you know what I've decided? There's nothing I can do about this, and it's not going to ruin my day." And she goes, "You're going to miss your show prep, your routine. It's going to ruin your day." I said, "Nope, not going to ruin my day today. I'm going to have a great day today." And she was floored that I had that attitude. I chose that moment to smile, and that's what you should do.
All you can do is control what you control.
That's right.
4th down.
All right, instead of reboots, what if movies told the same story but from a different point of view? Which movies would you want redone and from what perspective?
See, that's a $1 billion idea for Hollywood. Instead of just redoing something, do it from somebody else's
And
perspective.
Disney's kind of doing that with some of their villains, redoing it. You know,
That's
Todd Phillips did it with
fantastic.
Joker, stuff like that.
Okay, so it's a top 10 movie to me. And again, I think you know this. David Fincher is my favorite director. But 7. So it was kind of told from the perspective of Morgan Freeman and Brad Pitt trying to figure out what was going on with these 7 deadly sins and the way this maniac serial killer was killing people. But if you told it from the John Doe, Kevin Spacey perspective on why he was doing it, how he was doing it, how he committed these murders, how he tracked these people.
Yeah.
And then they were just kind of on the outskirts, and he knew that he was toying with them, playing with them. I think it would be beyond fascinating. The problem is Kevin Spacey's been canceled.
That is true. That's going to be tough there. What about The Godfather remade from the other 4 families? And they're after the Corleone family.
Yeah, that could be good.
Yeah, I think that could be really, really interesting. Now that you know as much as you know about the Corleone family.
I mean, you could do almost every great movie from the other side.
If it's a good enough movie, I would agree, yeah.
Like Saving Private Ryan, you could have done it from the German side and probably make it almost as good of a movie.
You could have done it from Ryan's perspective because they really don't find him until the end.
Right? Yeah, I thought about what was he doing right up until the end. Yeah.
You know, Chet makes a good point. Cobra Kai is that a little
See,
bit.
I thought about you could do it from Johnny's side in Cobra Kai or in The Karate Kid back in the day, but they do show enough flashbacks and stuff, and they've kind of done it.
They've done a fabulous job of making Johnny sympathetic and making LaRusso even look like a bad guy.
See, I feel like this, I don't want to spoil the season, but they've done...
Did you think this was the best season?
Yes.
I did too.
Because this is the first season Netflix has actually had their complete control over.
Yeah.
But they've done a good job of making multiple bad people, I feel like, from the original movies sympathetic.
Oh, yeah.
In this.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
All right. That's our 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. We approach the top of the hour.
Hey, make sure you go see the guys if you need new tires, anything winterized. They can do it for you and your family, locally owned and operated. Just incredible guys. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Alabama wide receiver Slade Bolden is up next on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show and get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor with the Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we'll get right to Slade Bolden here as we go into hour number 3, which is brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, Alabama. A great place to enjoy some southern staples. Like if you've ever been to a football game in the state of Mississippi, that chicken on a stick, very popular at a tailgate over there. You can get that right here in Alabama, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, fried with the peppers and everything right on the stick there. Unbelievable food. The Mississippi Delta recipe, tamales, my favorite. See it all online at champyschicken.com. They bring you hour number 3 of the show.
All right, Slade Bolden is with us now. He joined us leading up to the Cotton Bowl, leading up to the national championship game. Leading up to the championship game, it was presented by ATIX, 822-7382, AAATix.com for all your game and concert ticket needs. Hello, Slade. How are you, man?
I'm good. Thank y'all for having me. Good morning.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on again. Slade with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It was a tough loss, obviously. There's no way around that. But as you've had time to digest it, what do you take away from the Georgia game and from this season as a whole?
It was a great and memorable season. We had some really, really good times, some good games. We played well, and this last game didn't end up like we wanted to. I feel like we didn't finish some drives, especially on offense like we wanted to, and I think that's what hurt us. But overall, couldn't be more thankful for the season we had. I'm proud of all of my guys, all my teammates. It was still a great year.
What is it like and I know it's totally different from 2020 because you guys won a national championship, but being in that locker room post game, knowing season's over, what's said, what's that emotion like?
It's for guys, some guys like me and, for older guys, it's coming down to, what decision you're going to make, for your future. A lot of other guys are thinking about, all right, well, it's time to get ready and get started working for next season. So it's, we don't really even think about, that loss, we really like, all right, it's time to go, because I've been in that situation before, freshman year, lost in the Natty, and most everybody who wasn't leaving was all right, well, they got us this time, but they're going to get us next time. So that's kind of how the mindset is. And, but there is some emotions, it is sad at times. And, it definitely sucked after that game for sure.
Obviously, your targets go up next year if you decide to return. You've got options. There's a lot out there now, whether it's a portal situation or going to the National Football League or staying at Alabama for another year. Have you made a decision yet? And if you haven't, how do you go through that process?
I haven't made my decision yet. It's really about, kind of like what you said, like looking at what your other opportunities you have or realizing what you might come back to. And so I'm talking with my family and talking with the coaches and just kind of seeing what the future holds and, what I feel like is best for me and my family and my current situation. But I haven't made my decision yet.
Yeah, but obviously, if you've got Bryce Young at quarterback, y'all have a relationship. That's got to be intriguing because, anybody else that's out there, he's not going to have the same trust he has in you. That's if you decide to stay, you got to like the fact that that your quarterback's going to be back.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. I mean, having Bryce would be, just an easy. I wouldn't have to worry about anything. I mean, he's such a smart guy. We have a good relationship. I mean, he can trust me. I trust him, and he always makes great decisions. And that would be something that I don't even have to think about. So, but yeah, that is a good thing about having him again.
Well, that was my sales pitch. There you go.
Slade Bolden is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He has appeared with us leading up to the national championship game and today by our friends at ATIX for all your ticketing needs. ATIX, AAATix.com or 822-7382. You do have some teammates, though, that have hit the portal, and some of them played a considerable amount of time Monday night. Did you know those guys that was their last game? What was that like, seeing those guys playing and the next day finding out they're in the transfer portal?
Yeah, I mean, I was just as shocked as anyone else. I mean, I really didn't know. When I saw some guys who left, I was like, okay, maybe I can understand. There's always some kind of understanding when I see, someone's current situation and why they may leave. But some of those guys, I was shocked. And I didn't know beforehand. And, but at the end of the day, I love my teammates and I wish them nothing but success wherever they go. And I support them because, I feel like if that's what they're doing and they feel like it's the best decision for them, then I can't not support that.
Man, it seems like there's a lot of tampering that goes on when it comes to the portal. And obviously you don't have to give us any names, but, do coaches or other players reach out to you, or have you heard other teammates where other coaches and players have reached out to them?
No one's reached out to me. I don't really get anything. I think they know I'm full Bama. they know they're not going to get me. So I don't get anything. But I've heard that. I've heard of coaches reaching out to players. I don't really know of any, but I know it's probably something that does go on. But I don't really know for sure.
I'm interested. I think I'm right about this. You end your bowl game or playoff run, and then do the coaches meet with you? Tell us the process of what is going on now with the team. Is there a sort of like in the NFL? There's an exit meeting that you have to have.
Right.
Is there an exit meeting as well for you guys?
Yeah, yes, sir. I mean, we have our exit meetings. Everyone has them. Coach basically goes over what you did well and what you need to improve on, and that's kind of for everybody. And then you go talk to maybe your offense coordinator, defense coordinator, and definitely your position coach, and you just kind of get an evaluation of the season and also what you might need to work on for next year. But that's how it is every year. And we do that usually after the season and after spring training. So
I want to go back to the game Monday night. Slade Bolden is with us courtesy of ATIX, 822-7382. One of the things that blows me away is when there is a really bad injury, you got to line up and you got to go on the next play. I mean, I've seen guys carted off and then they blow the whistle, they start the play clock, and you got to go. And that seems impossibly difficult as a player. When you see Jameson Williams, the guy that's meant so much to this team, go down with what you had to know was an injury that would end basically his career at Alabama, what does that do to a team as you stand on the sidelines and look at such an important player like that?
We try not to dwell on it. I feel like that's something you can't let get to you. I mean, we obviously we all felt horrible. We need J-Mo out there. We love J-Mo as our teammate, and he gives us the best chance to win. And so it definitely was not a good feeling when he went down. And, we all were there and, wished him well and was hoping, we didn't even know he really hurt himself. We were hoping he just tweaked an ankle and was going to come back, but, it wasn't the case. But it was just something that we had to kind of forget about and move on to, like, all right, well, we all got to step up, the next man up. And that's just kind of the mindset that Coach Saban instills in us. And because you never know when you'll get your opportunity. So you always have to be ready, and that comes from preparation and practicing. So and I feel like we just, we tried our best. I thought we fought hard, especially as a receiver group. It wasn't perfect, but nothing is. But it was definitely hard seeing J-Mo go down. And I don't, if he would have never went down, I don't know if the outcome would have been different. But I feel like it definitely would have helped for sure.
I think one of the biggest surprises in college football for a lot of people was Jameson Williams and the production, going from 9 receptions last year in Columbus to 79 this year and being a dominant guy. I know when you first saw him on campus and in practice, you knew he had speed. Did you have any idea he would be this productive?
I mean, you never really know how, productive someone's going to be, but I knew he's going to be good because I once I saw that guy running and make plays, I was like, yeah, he's going to be all
right. So he is Slade Bolden, the Alabama wide receiver. He has joined us before the Cotton Bowl, before the national championship game. This go around presented by ATIX, 822-7382. AAATix.com. You've been great with your time. Our listeners and viewers have really enjoyed these segments. We've got a lot of great feedback. So we appreciate you doing it, Slade, and we wish you all the best, whatever's ahead.
Slade, seriously, talking to this guy every night on a bowl trip to Dallas and then Indianapolis.
They were locked in their room.
It's supposed to be a reward. Tell us how painful it was waiting. Because I was off camera a couple of times. It was like maybe the headset didn't work one night. How boring. This guy's so milk and cookie. It had to be a boring.
No.
Did you turn around and like, fine. Wow, come on.
Like you said, I mean, we were locked in the hotel. I mean, it wasn't a whole lot I could do anyway.
Slade was looking forward to it. It was
so there you go. Yeah. It's a lockdown or talking to you. That was the only thing worse.
With Slade, it went pregame meal, snickerdoodle, me. That was it.
But Slade, after that trip,
not a bad combo.
After that trip, is there any way? Look, and I know your NFL career. I mean, you can't really dictate where you go, but is there any way you would choose to live in the North?
Oh gosh, I'm not going to say anything. It was cold though. I just want y'all to know that. It was
we know.
Cold.
Yeah, we were there.
Hey,
we
buddy,
know.
buddy, they bust you guys right up to the stadium and let you out at the door.
Yeah.
Well, we had to do a little walking.
Like, yeah, exactly. Like I was only in the cold probably a maximum 10 minutes all weekend, and it was brutal.
It was. I would agree.
Look, we can't use NIL of recruiting or anything, but if you like this, Slade, if you're back in 2022, we can do this every week.
I don't want you to say that.
Hey, we'll see. We'll see.
All right.
I love being on the show, though. Y'all are fun. I enjoy it. I appreciate it.
Well, it's great of you to do it, Slade. We appreciate the time. Best of luck for whatever is next, and we'll look forward to catching up again soon.
All right, y'all. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good day.
All right, buddy. You too. Take care. That is Slade Bolden with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, and he joins us courtesy of ATIX, 822-7382, AAATIX.com. While we were talking to him, one of his teammates announced that he'll be leaving for the NFL. That is Evan Neal. Nobody is shocked by this. This guy's a top 5 pick.
It could be the first overall pick.
Could be, yeah.
I would ask this question. Are we to the point where we're a little concerned about Alabama's receiving room going into 2022?
I am.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
I'd like to make that a Cowan.
Well,
a Cowan question, because
again,
if Slade comes back, that helps me because that's a reliable guy. But I mean, you've got a lot of inexperience out there.
Well, I would throw this out there. Jamison Williams, again, I don't think anyone, including Nick Saban and Bill O'Brien, that entire staff knew he was going to be this good. Without him being this good, Alabama, I don't know if they get into a college football playoff.
I would agree.
So, from where Alabama was with wide receivers, and this is more of an Alabama problem, to where they are now, it seems like it's a huge drop-off.
I like what I've seen from Ja'Cory Brooks. I think you've seen him enough in big situations that Bryce Young feels like he can trust him. And, if you notice, not that Brooks made the catch, but in the most critical of situations there at the end, he was going to him.
Yeah, no.
So he trusts him.
No, that guy's going to be good. I'm just used to seeing.
Oh, I know.
3 of those guys.
I know.
Right?
You're used to already having seen them play a lot, and you're like, hey, Jamison Williams, great player. We'll bet you great player, but boy, look at this kid already.
Yeah.
You just haven't seen that.
So I just all of a sudden, was wide receiver U, it becomes a concern for me moving into 2022. Pull up their recruiting class, because I know they got some really great recruits at every position. What they bring in the receiving room.
You're talking about this year?
Yeah, the guys who are early enrollees right now and will go through the spring. The big freshman class was an elite freshman class again, but so too was Holden and Ajayi and Ja'Cory, and those guys were big time recruits too.
Yeah,
but even if you've got 5-star guys coming in at that position, how often do you see wide receivers in year one make that kind of impact? I'm talking about a true freshman.
You're right. Normally they might be a guy that gets out on the field, like JoJo Earl did early, right? I mean, Jalen Waddle made a big impact. I love those guys, those type. I mean, Devontae Smith had the most famous catch in Alabama football history as a freshman.
But I'm talking about the entirety of the season.
Yeah.
Has the Oklahoma wide receiver picked a place yet?
Marvin Mims?
And
Mario Williams.
Mario Williams. Has he picked a place yet?
I assume it's going to be USC.
You believe he's going to go wherever Caleb goes?
The old package deal.
Yeah.
Alabama this year signed Kendrick Law, who's athlete, quote-unquote athlete, the way they do that. Aaron Anderson at wide receiver.
Give me stars, Brown. Give me stars.
All right. Kendrick Law, Jim, is a 4-star.
Okay.
He's already enrolled. Number 3 athlete in the country, 87th overall in the country, 3-star by 24.
I like the way that sounds.
Aaron Anderson out of New Orleans, 4-star, 96th nationally, 14th best wide receiver in the country. He's a good player. Elijah Brown's a tight end. They're going to need one of those.
Yep.
Already signed but not enrolled, Shaz Preston. That was the guy. I think that was a signing day flip, wasn't it? That Shaz Preston. 4-star, number 3 wide receiver in the country, 43rd nationally. Another athlete is Isaiah Bond, 4-star, 86th nationally, 2nd best athlete in the country. Signed, not enrolled yet. He's from Beaufort, Georgia. Kobe Prentice, the kid out of Calera. I would imagine Scotty and Lunsford have seen him play a little bit. So he's 24th best wide receiver in the country, 147th nationally.
Yeah, he's all right. We'll see what college does.
He's a 4-star.
Alabama wants 5 stars.
Yeah. Well, they do. Well, they don't have any of those. Amari Niblack is the tight end. They list him as athlete, but I think Niblack they think is going to play tight end. 4-star. I mean, you hear it. I'm saying a lot of 4-stars. Those are good players.
Yeah.
I mean, that most recent signing class is deep at receiver.
I just think we're past the point we will see what we saw.
Now,
that the glory days of that having 3 first-round, 2 first-round guys on the same receiving core may have passed.
Yeah, it was Tim Hasselbeck was breaking down the SEC championship game before the game. And it wasn't even that. It was Mac Jones. He pointed out, he was like, my God, look at the receivers that are on the field. Because I think at that point it was Henry Ruggs, I think it was Jerry Jeudy, I think it was Waddle, and Devontae Smith.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Now, Kevin's right. When this freshman wide receiver class was signed, there was debate about it being the best wide receiver class they've ever had. And those are the guys who are trying to get on the field right now.
Well, I was going to make the point. Last year's signing class.
That's the one, yeah.
Okay, that's the one he's talking about, not the most recent one.
Not the most recent one. The one before that.
5-star Ja'Cory Brooks, number 2 wide receiver. 4-star Ajay Hall, number 5 wide receiver. 4-star JoJo Earl, number 6 wide receiver.
Right.
I mean, so Christian Leary, 4-star, number 10 wide receiver. And those guys barely have touched the field.
That's right. And that's why every time you say, oh, so-and-so just went into the portal, I keep waiting for you to say one of those wide receivers, because those are the guys who probably came thinking they were going to get more touches, and they didn't. And those are the ones that were bitching and moaning earlier this year.
They were having to be dragged out of the portal, it seemed like, right?
Yeah. Earlier this year, they were bitching and moaning about playing time. And then, oh, by the way, when they needed them in the national championship game, a couple of them weren't exactly ready to go out there and win a national championship after bitching and moaning earlier in the year. So hopefully they'll hang, if you're an Alabama fan, hopefully they'll hang around and be ready to go come August.
Yeah.
Or they'll go into the portal and go somewhere else.
Oh, but you got plenty of bodies. I just read, I mean, how long did it take me to go through that list of just the last 2 years of signees, all 4 and 5 stars? So you got plenty of bodies there.
Yeah. So interesting there that position group becomes a discussion, a talking point. We'll do trash and a lot more as we roll on, and we'll set the table for the NFL playoffs later in this show and tomorrow on the show as we get ready for a big, exciting weekend of a super wild card weekend. 2 games on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, 1 on Monday, all in the National Football League with Alabama flavor all over those, and Auburn flavor too, including Daniel Carlson, who ends up being the special teams player of the week for kicking the Raiders into the playoffs. And a lot of interesting stuff going on in the National Football League. Part of the show today being brought to you by Tom Beckby, Brownie's guy right there who wants to get you dressed for the outdoors in 2022.
Yeah, because they were looking for a classic jacket, functional in the field and in the city, couldn't find what they liked, so the Tom Beckby people decided to make their own. And they designed it in 2015. It's a brand new, great-looking line now right there in the Mountain Brook Village store, the Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, or online, tombeckby.com, BECKBE, tombeckby.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, Your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this: how do I set up the appointment? You can do it two ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Back with you on the Next Round as we continue on today. LTD and be with you. Several people are saying, like Philip, okay, what have I missed? Did Mechie and Williams declare for the draft or enter the portal? No, not officially yet. The expectations, though, is for Jamison Williams to go to the NFL and John Mechie to go to the NFL. But they have not yet. Mechie could surprise you.
They're both first-round talent, so you don't know. I think Jamison Williams, his upside's he's probably viewed more than Mechie. But, we thought that. And when Daniel Jeremiah came on the show, he said, man, watching Mechie, that guy is every bit in that group with John Dodson, the 2 receivers at Ohio State, Olave and Wilson, and then with London from USC. Those are the 6 that are, he said, they are almost interchangeable first-round guys. So that's the group Mechie's in.
I don't think Mechie will be a first-round guy, though.
Yeah, and you wonder if the injury changes that just a little bit to where if they're all the same, I'll go with the other guys, which isn't fair. If he's coming back fully healthy as expected. Actually, he was moving pretty good on the sidelines the other night.
Yeah, I'll tell you, if I'm Mechie, and it depends. If I'm a first-round guy, I'm gone. I've accomplished a ton. But if I'm not guaranteed a first-round guy, to come back, to play with Bryce and know that you're going to be the number 1 option.
That's right. That's
what
big.
You could really do for that stock.
So, I mean, and especially if you know Jamison Williams' story, you expect him to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think he could be a top 10 guy because the league loves speed.
That's right.
And he's got plenty of that.
But if Mechie came back, which I don't expect to happen, but if he came back, that would be a huge win for Alabama.
Look, win. This is no secret. There was an NIL deal with us with Mechie this year. So I don't know how many deals he had out there, but the kid's making money now. So it's not like he's a starving college student.
All right. So a lot of that to watch over the next few days in the portal. And then Declaration Day for the NFL Draft comes eventually as well. I sent out a whole calendar and the morning rounds today. If you want to see that, the Bleacher Report put together important dates. If you're a college football fan, like not just signing day, but when you have to declare for the NFL, when practices start, media days are, that's all right there at the morning rounds this morning at nextroundlive.com. I want to tell you about Greg from Pell City. That's my buddy Greg Nelson, the owner of Storm Restoration Roofing. He's a guy that can get your house, your roof, the thing that protects your biggest investment, your house, in perfect shape right now. Greg gets up on that roof and gives you a free, no-cost inspection. A lot of you walk out of the house every day and you don't even think about your roof until you got a roofing problem. It's probably not the best way to live. You want to get that roof inspected every now and then, and Greg will do that for you for free and no cost, no obligation either. But I'm telling you, when it's time to get roof repairs or replaced, Greg's the guy you want to use because he's locally owned for over 20 years. Don't have to worry about some big corporation. Greg's handling it for you. He knows the insurance guys. He's going to help you with your insurance company. He has great warranties, best in the business, and he's A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. What more would you want? And there's no cost in that inspection. 205-542-3531 or Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Storm Restoration Roofing right there. All right, headlines tonight, UAB's in action at home, 6:30 against Florida International. 13-4, 3-1 in the conference now. Pretty bad loss to Rice, but a good win at North Texas equals that out. Good to get back home. FIU tonight, FAU happening on Saturday, both at Bartow Arena. Bruce Pearl will have a news conference later today to talk about Auburn's trip, 6:30 over at Ole Miss on Saturday. Watch tonight, 10 o'clock on ESPN. BYU at number 2 Gonzaga. Now, I think Auburn will get votes to be number 1, and I would put them number 1 in basketball. BYU at Gonzaga tonight. A BYU team that could beat Gonzaga. They're that good. BYU Gonzaga, fun game tonight, 10 o'clock ESPN. A BYU upset of Gonzaga, I'd almost guarantee Auburn number 1 at that point.
Could see UCLA getting some votes, but UCLA lost to Gonzaga. If they start doing the math, you don't know.
It was a bad 20-point loss.
Yep.
I'm trying to, and
Gonzaga lost to Alabama.
I was looking at these numbers earlier, but I'll tell you where it is right now. That's a late tip.
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock Central, 11 o'clock Eastern.
Nobody will see the end of that one.
8 o'clock on the West Coast.
Show notes watching that one?
I may grab me a whiskey, a bourbon.
Okay.
And watch them tip that off and fall asleep.
I can't even find the number right now. I'll come back to it.
Okay. While he comes back to it, let's do
there it
Trey.
is. Okay. Yeah, they're not winning that game.
Well, what's the
That's
number?
what I thought when I saw it. It's 14.5.
14.5. No chance.
That was a hard sell.
Well, I mean, I'll give you like
no. I don't want to put a stake on it.
I'll give you 2-1 stakes.
I'm so far down. I don't want to put. I'm going to take somebody against Gonzaga. I wouldn't have taken Alabama against Gonzaga for a stake. Maybe I would have because I was drunk on Alabama beating Georgia at that point in football that day. You would probably sucker me. Oh, yeah, Alabama's going to win everything. All right, let's do trash. It is brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Lunsford.
Great time to go out the door right now and take a dump, or take a
Go!
Oh, no. And take a jump.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, if you're in need of some quick cash to keep those New Year's resolutions afloat, well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they are the GOAT when it comes to getting your finances back on track with a cash-out refi. You can make your most expensive resolutions a reality by taking advantage of your home equity. Whether it's building a home gym to lose a few extra pounds or backpacking across Europe, you can count on the experts at Mortgage Right to make getting cash in your pocket easy. Ringing the new year the right way by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. We got a pub over in Ireland. They're a little fed up with COVID talk.
They're the ones, huh?
Yeah. Well, Brown, they're fining customers if they mention the C word.
I would go to this pub.
No, I agree. I cannot stand watching it on television or hear anyone talk about it or give me their opinion on it.
That's right.
I thought it was refreshing yesterday. You know, just hearing casual people that don't really know each other. And I just assumed these people didn't know each other because they had Auburn gear on and they weren't together. But I was walking into one of our fine sponsors, Taco Mama, to get a to-go order last night. And they were talking about Walker Kessler. And they're like, he got in foul trouble a little too easy. You know, he's biting on some of these head fakes. but it was nice to hear people just on a curb talking about something
not COVID
besides COVID.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Well, the customers at the Alt Bar are now having to place €2 in the COVID jar.
Oh, you said it. Now put €2 in that cup right there.
Speaking on Radio 1, which I guess is their version of the BBC radio, manager Connor McDevitt said, quote, no matter what they started talking about, it was back to the virus. So we thought we'd try to bring in an atmosphere that people were talking about common things. It's quite strange that people aren't chatting about the weather in Ireland anymore. Already 140 customers have coughed up €2. Which, by the way, will go to a good cause.
Yeah, I hope they give it to charity, and I think this is a great idea.
Local hospice, they said.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I mean, and we made a point. Well, it's been 2 years now, it seems like,
boy.
right? We made a point. It has almost been 2 full years, hasn't it?
Almost,
March of 2020.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, March was when we...
That's when we shut down. I mean, I guess it's been going on technically longer than 2 years.
We disappeared in Lance's basement, and you stayed in studio for a little bit.
So I can't believe it's been that long.
Yeah, so I guess it was about right now that you started getting some worldwide reports of this virus that was starting to spread, and it could reach the U.S. And it's been 2 years, and we have tried very hard on our 4 hours with you guys every day not to let that consume our conversation.
There's my 2.
It hasn't been easy.
You got your 2?
I don't carry cash.
Jim owes 2 to the jar.
I can Venmo the jar.
Is it because we brought it up on trash?
Well, we brought it up with trash, but then we continued to talk about it. So I think it's €2.
So multiple people sent this one. 2 Florida women are each facing a felony burglary charge after allegedly a 3 a.m. glitter attack on a male victim.
Glitter attack?
Glitter, yeah. The investigators say that Sarah Franks, 29, and Caitlin O'Donovan, 27, arrived early yesterday morning at the Clearwater residence of Jacob Colin, began arguing with him while he was standing on his fence balcony. Now, Franks and Donovan, cops allege, each threw a container of glitter on Colin, who was stuck in a quote, or it struck him in the upper torso and head, according to the arrest affidavits.
Glitter on Colin, wow.
Now, they do not reveal the nature of the argument or the relationship between the parties. After pelting Colin, Franks climbed over the ground-level fence, entered Colin's apartment, where she, quote, engaged the victim again by throwing more containers of glitter at him. Franks then allegedly unlocked the front door and allowed O'Donovan to enter the house. Officers said inside, O'Donovan threw additional containers of glitter at Colin, according to the affidavits.
Then he grabbed 2 glow sticks and started to fight back.
Upon completing the glitter bombing, Franks kicked out a window in Colin's house until it broke. Then the pair drove away from the apartment complex. Since it appears Colin was able to identify his assailants, police arrested Franks and O'Donovan about an hour after the glitter attack. The mugshots do not look good.
Oh, I bet it doesn't. Especially if you can never get that glitter off. It's also a TikTok video, and they're playing in the background, I dropped the glitter bomb on you, baby.
Is that real, or are you just...
I'm making that up.
So it looks like hot mom bods are now stealing the dad bod spotlight. Bethany Garcia is an influencer. For her, stretch marks, cellulite, and a little bit of sagging are sex symbols after 11 years of being pregnant, giving birth, and breastfeeding. Now, the mom of 5, who boasts 203,000 followers on Instagram, is among a growing contingent of women who are accepting their changed physique post-children, and they're trying to make it downright sexy.
Well, I think there is something sexy.
Now, for her part, Garcia has been sharing glamorous snaps of herself in intimates or swimsuits and openly chatting about her sex life.
That's not what they mean when they said they're SAG members. They've got their SAG card, right?
No.
That's screen actor. Yeah. Okay.
That's what that is, Jim.
Yeah.
Now, it seems to be a sign the days of women pushing to bounce back into bikini bods after giving birth are over. Instead, striking images of women's stretch marks and extra skin are now shared with the Leonardo DiCaprio dad bod types.
My workout goal is to get to dad bod shape. Like, I'm not even trying to get to rip. I'm trying to get to dad bod shape.
Is your workout goal not to start working out? Is that not number one?
Remember last year it was, I'm about to start weight training.
I remember that, yeah.
Now you just want a dad bod.
Well, no, but that would include some weight training from where I'm at right now.
A dad bod?
Yeah, just to get the dad bod. So.
What do you think your workout goal will be next year?
No. I'm starting today, I think.
You're 2 of the decade next year.
I think I'm going to run to Way to Wellness, pick up my shipment.
Literally run?
Head home. No.
That would start a workout.
It really will.
And then I'm going to go lift some weights.
Okay.
Is that groceries or?
It ain't a gym, I can tell you that.
I'm going to send Instagram later today.
Oh, no, he'll do it just for the Instagram. This is Dunaway. He will go join a gym, pay whatever it takes to join a gym, and lift weights just for the Instagram to rub it in mine and Lance's face.
Okay, Dunaway, do this.
And he'll never go to the gym again after that.
If you were a single personality in 2022, here's what experts reveal. The different type of daters there are.
Okay.
You tell me which one you'd be.
Okay.
First one's the time travel. This is fast-forwarded romances, the act of speeding up dating a relationship milestones due to societal pressures, especially after singles lost time during the pandemic.
Listen, I believe in love at first sight. I really do. I mean, I think you can fall in love in one night. So yeah, I think it can move very fast.
Man, I don't know.
First sight, impossible. One night, possibly.
No, I do believe there are people that at first sight think this may be the one I'll marry, but
you've also got to have
I'm not talking anything about marriage.
Too, right?
I'm not talking about marriage. I'm talking about you spend time with one person and you think, man, I really like this person. I could love this person.
Okay, well, back
that's
pocket
not
time
love at
travel.
first sight then. That's like at first sight.
No, but by the end of the night,
That's potential at first sight.
I mean, I love this person. Absolutely.
Okay, so pocket time travel. The next one's anti-adult. This is a name for singles who are embracing their wild side when it comes to dating, individuals who are letting their hair down and being the life and soul of all social situations, especially when it comes to dating.
I'm socially awkward, but I'm mentally 28 years old to this date. That's the date I stay at. So always. I mean, I'm always the guy you're like, hey, let's go do this. I'm like, okay, let's go.
What about the wander love, the act of traveling with someone new romantically and experiencing the addictive chemical reaction that comes with meeting an exciting new connection? To wander love is to be open to meeting someone new and embracing that romantic journey wherever it may take you. Sounds more like you.
I would have been that person if I was still single.
What about reincarnate dating? Play on words to reincarnate yourself in a dating context. Singles who are hitting the dating scene and starting 2022 as a new person, both internally and externally, after much reflection on what they want in life and love.
Oh, I did that too. I mean, in the 90s, grunge phase was very popular. So
you
when I was
dirty flannel back then?
When I was dating a girl that was into that, I had dirty flannel, and there was line dancing was popular in the 90s.
Did you try that?
I tried that, and I wore boots and a checkered shirt.
Didn't you bring your boots back after Yellowstone premiered this year?
No, that was.
I wanted to buy some. Yeah.
What did you wear after you? Oh, we wore denim. All denim.
Yeah, all denim.
Oh yeah.
Remember, Rockstar said you just got denim.
Yeah, the Canadian tuxedo, right?
Yeah. No, I can see you try to fit. You're a chameleon trying to fit what the girl's into. Yeah.
So which one of those is you?
A little bit of
they
all.
were all of them. It seemed.
A little bit
Yeah.
of all.
Okay.
I mean, the first one, when you fall in love very quickly, fast forwarded, that's very romantic comedy. That's
you.
right up my
Yeah.
alley.
Okay, here are some unwritten rules we all need to follow. Here's the first one. You do not need to attach yourself to the person in front of you when standing in line.
Yes, absolutely.
But I don't like too big of a gap either.
Well, if it's a line where people could get in the line, like a concession stand,
That's right.
mind the gap. I agree with you on that.
Like, listen.
Let everybody know we're still in line here.
When we're in bumper-to-bumper traffic, I know we're not going anywhere fast.
But don't let somebody over.
I'm
with you.
Unless it's me when I'm trying to get over and I'm doing this, let me over.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a U-turn to get around 280 today.
These are unwritten rules we all need to follow. This next one's so important. I let everyone know, but I find myself asking on the other end if I'm on it. Let people know when you have them on speakerphone.
Yeah, it's a good rule. Hey, speakerphone kids in the car. Yeah.
But a lot of time if I'm talking to somebody and I've been talking for a few minutes, I'm like, am I on speaker?
Sometimes
they'll be like, yeah. Well,
sometimes I try to slide, be like, hey, Brown, what's up? Hey, man, just riding around my little one in the car here. That's watch the language. That's what I'm saying there.
Here's another one. If someone is paying for your food, don't order something expensive.
I don't like that rule.
Me either. I'd rather pay for myself and get what I want.
If you're paying for my food, you've agreed to pay for my food. I'm going to eat what I want.
Do you
disagree with that?
I don't disagree with that.
I'll go tonight. If we go to the place I want to go to.
I thought I was the one that was up the steak.
You are, but I thought we were changing our steak location to the place I want to go to.
we're working on different things.
I know who can get you a reservation there, but they are pretty tight right now.
Well, I know they are. It's a small elite place.
Right. I've got an inside.
Another unwritten rule we all need to follow. Talking through movies. I can only say yeah and so many times.
Yeah. I'm not in a movie to talk. I'm in a movie to watch.
It bugs the heck out of me if somebody behind me or in front of me is talking.
Yep.
I've moved before. I've kicked the chair before.
Don't take the last of something without asking.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. But if it's in my house and it's my family, I'm not going to ask if I can have the last
piece of pie,
last cinnamon roll, last whatever. I mean, somebody's paying for it.
You'll pay for it if you do take it, though, even in your own house.
Yeah.
Okay, and the final unwritten rule we all need to follow, you can only take 2 slices of pizza max until everyone has had
I
their
kind
fill.
of agree with that. Yeah. If you got a large group eating pizza, don't load up your plate.
That looks bad.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. But if you're in the media room.
I'm Chuck Knobloch today.
Yeah, you're bad.
I know. I don't know what's going on.
You're short arm. If I'm in a media room where I think they have unlimited pancakes in the back and where I'm getting ready to leave the national championship.
How many pancakes did you get the other day?
She said, do you want 1 or 2? And I said, I actually would like 3. And she said, two's the limit.
You asked for 3?
Yeah, but I mean, they were only this big.
Yeah.
And I literally said.
That was one of the best breakfast bars I've been to.
I literally said, my goodness, at the Cotton Bowl, they would have asked, how many do you want? And would have given me 10 if I'd asked for it.
And she said, I could give 2 shits. Right?
She was like, sir, this is not the Cotton Bowl.
I'm ready to go home. I've been up for 6 hours dealing with media members.
I'll take this as an answer. You want 2 then, sir.
But if the person in front of you only takes 1, you should be able to take their extra.
Third.
See, with pizza, if somebody takes 1, then you should get 3.
But then I made a mistake of asking, where's the bacon? Well, there's no bacon. I can put whipped cream or fruit on top of it. Well, that's not meat. I need my meat.
At Lunsford, you would love this setup. So they had a pancake bar. They had a breakfast taco bar. What else did they have?
Yeah, you should have seen dinners and lunches.
Fresh fruit. Yeah. It was good. It was good.
Fresh fruit.
But I don't even like breakfast.
Yeah. It was really good.
Night before the game, they had prime rib, fillets, and lobster tails.
Wow. To be a media member
he's
one
totally
day.
screwed.
Hey, did you take more shrimp than you were supposed to in the press box?
St. Elmo's at halftime.
Oh, we had St. Elmo's at halftime.
St. Elmo's shrimp cocktail at
So
halftime.
somebody asked me yesterday, did we eat there? I guess
We did at halftime.
Yeah.
and directly you guys did eat there, right?
Yeah.
How
But can
was
you
it?
imagine? We're sitting there at the press box at the national championship, and at halftime, usually it's hot dogs. We had St. Elmo's
Shrimp
cocktail.
Yeah.
What do you think they had to pay to have that?
I don't
catered
know,
in?
but it was good.
Hey, and I've never had this before. They peeled it all the way off the tail.
Yeah, it was fully peeled shrimp.
So you could eat the whole thing down to the tail. Usually they just peel it down and they leave the tail.
And plenty of it for everyone.
Tons. They had some left over.
Oh, big bowls left over. They'd refill it every time. Wow. And the sauce was unbelievable. Brown warned me as I was taking my first bite. He goes, that's a little hot. And I was like, yeah, I've had it before. And I took the first bite. It was the third bite where I breathed in as I was swallowing.
Oh, that'll get you every time. That
and right
horseradish.
off the nostril. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it the horseradish?
Oh, it's heavy horseradish.
Lights you up.
I like that. New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash out refinance might be what you need. Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
How bad would Lance have been sweating?
Oh, yeah.
Was it that hot?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Lance. It was good hot, though. Good hot.
All I'd have to do is hang my head outside of the dome,
true.
right?
Cooler off.
Yeah. All right. More college football when we come back. And then at the top of the hour, Todd Fuhrman from Vegas to talk about this weekend's National Football League games. Stay with us.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
Have you had a pipe burst? A washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, one collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Wonderful folks at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Brownie will tell you a little bit about them in just a second. First, put that the shrimp back up. Look, there's the line, LT. There, see all the shrimp they've got? And they just kept filling those platters up.
Oh, my gosh.
That is the St. Elmo's.
Look, and not asking for more, but is that all basically you had? Was the
No, they had a hot dog option. They had
hamburgers,
macaroni and cheese, and some sort of, I don't know what they call them, ranch beans. It's like baked beans with some crushed meat in it.
A lot to do in this segment, but that's just halftime, LT. Before the game, there was sliced roast beef and different meals.
Yeah.
And post-game, there's other stuff.
They treat us
awesome.
Well. They treat us well.
Yeah. So that's the way you roll in the press box. That's good stuff right there. Part of our show being brought to you by JohnstonRVCenter.com. We'd never experienced all that if Johnston RV Center hadn't gotten us up there.
You know it. Exclusive lifetime warranty available there from RV Warranty Forever on all the new models they have. Financing is available. It's home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand. It is Johnston RV Center, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Okay, Scott, did we ever get this guy's name? I saw it, and I should have wrote it down earlier today, and we didn't. I don't know this guy's name. We'll just call him Excited Georgia Fan. Excited Georgia Fan on Twitter, and this is from Excited Georgia Fan's Twitter page. Did what we always joked about doing, because back when I was a kid, they would put out these commemorative sodas when you'd win a national championship.
I remember those, yeah.
Yeah, and I think I had one when Coach Bryant retired, and some from the national championship. But I really remember it when Coach Bryant retired was the one I had. Well, apparently they did one over in the state of Georgia.
Derek Griffin is his name.
Derek Griffin is his name. This is Excited Georgia Fan Derek Griffin, who did what we always joked about doing, and that was opening the commemorative bottle from the last time your team won a national championship and drank it. I have not seen how this played out yet. I imagine it to taste like nothing but flat water.
Oh, got to be bad.
But here we go. This is Mr. Griffin, Excited Georgia Fan, as the clock clicks a zero. This bottle from 1980, 41 years in the bottle. Here we go. Oh, I hope he yaks.
Wow. I'll give him credit.
Yeah,
it looks like he kept it down. Well, I bet later that night it doubled back on him.
It had to have.
Well, I mean, it's just flat water at that point, right?
I don't know.
You just wonder what that first tastes like.
You got some products in there that could go bad. Dunaway, that thing's 41 years old. You got to have some products in there that go bad.
What could go bad?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what all's in there, but there's some things that could go bad.
Yeah.
Stuff doesn't last forever.
I mean, good for those fans, you know?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get a whole lot of people in this state to agree with you.
No, I mean, I wanted Alabama to win, but...
And Auburn fans hate them just as bad.
I know, but, you know, should anybody suffer for 41 years like that?
I think a lot of Auburn fans would say Alabama fans can't, but we would have liked Georgia fans to. Yeah.
Fuhrman at the top of the hour. Speaking of suffering, you got the picture?
Of
Mr. Echo.
Oh, yeah. Everybody talks about Mr. Echoes. Or not everybody. It's come up on this show.
Talks about Mr. Echoes.
It came up yesterday on the show. There's the photo.
Central Alabama, everybody.
There's the photo of me and Pam Cobb. I was Mr. Echoes.
What
my
the hell
senior
do you
year.
have on?
I don't know. It's probably an American flag shirt, Jimmy America.
I mean,
I love this
Eli
country.
Manning.
I mean, were you opening for Garth Brooks?
I look like Eli Manning.
You do have a little Eli Manning.
Yeah, there's an old photo that Forrester throws up there of me that looks just like Eli Manning. But there's me and Pam Cobb. I was Mr. Echoes, Sachs High School senior year. She was Miss Echoes.
I'll tell you, Pam's hot.
Yeah.
Pastor's
she
wife.
needs some work on the lipstick.
Pastor's wife. God, dog.
No, I'm just saying it went a little low.
Jeez.
Well, I mean, that's
you
how
could have
you
helped her out if you're Mr. Echo. You're supposed to
She's
take care of
Miss
your
Echoes.
fellow student.
Pam is a pastor's wife now. She lives over in Gadsden, Rainbow City area, and her pastor, I think it's her husband is pastor at, I think, City Church in Gadsden. Her last name is Baker now. That is one. I'll tell you this. There I am as Eli Manning when I was a little kid.
You look so much like your youngest daughter there.
I think
or she looks exactly like you.
I think that's 8th grade. I think that's my 8th grade class photo. If you go back to, I do want to say this. If you go back to Mr. and Miss Echoes.
You were built better in 8th grade than you were in high school there.
Thank you.
Another awkward comment from Dunaway.
No, right
I mean,
there.
look how much longer your neck got.
I think I'm 6'1", $160 as a senior.
You were a strapping young fellow as an 8th grader.
Pam.
But now you started to grow into it. Do you have giraffes on your side of the family?
Pam is Pam is one of the best people I've ever met. That is an awesome girl right there.
Of course.
Yeah.
Miss Echo.
She is a phenomenal human being. Of the two in that photo, she accomplished something I didn't.
Right. Amazing.
Yeah, so there you go. Everybody,
Congratulations. She got pregnant.
Mr. and Miss Echoes. I like the way it went MS.
She was not married.
She may be married or not married. They didn't go MISS, which is what most people did. They just went MS, period.
Yep.
All right, top of the hour. Todd Fuhrman standing by, part of the show being brought to you by Rockstars guy, Adam Mestre. Tell us about it, John Lunsford.
It's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam's a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Think of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing homes. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation, 205-422-0589, or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Stand by, Cowboy fans. I think Todd Fuhrman's going to tell you you're about to watch the final game of the season. We'll see if Todd thinks it's the Niners or the Cowboys and a lot more on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And I didn't get to tell you before the end of the last hour, but the entire last hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken, champyschicken.com, the website. Sterling and the crew down there ready to serve you lunch right now. It's the lunch hour on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Whether you got a party of one or a busload, Sterling and the crew will take care of you there. Chicken on a stick, poor boys chicken tenders, the great full chicken breast and plates that you get there, all the great sides, including those Mississippi Delta tamales, the best I've ever tasted. Worth a trip down there or just to try out the tamales. Get it to go for your office party, catering, and everything. It is champyschicken.com. NFL playoffs going this weekend. Headlines as we go to Furman here. FIU, UAB in basketball tonight, 6:30 at Bartow. Andy Kennedy, by the way, 8-1 at UAB coming off a loss. You almost book an easy UAB win tonight in that one. Sanford lost to Wofford last night. They're now 1-3 in the SoCon. Auburn's on their way to Ole Miss. Bama's on their way to Mississippi State happening this weekend. Troy had both games canceled for tonight and Saturday because of the COVID pandemic. Fedarian Mathis, Josh Jobe, Chris Allen, and now Jalen Moody, all in the portal, all in the NFL draft now. They're all their way out the door from Alabama. Those are your headlines.
All right, Todd Fuhrman, BetTheBoardPodcast.com, and Outkick is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You can find him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman, the former odds maker at Caesars Palace. Fuhrman, what is up, man? How are you?
I'm doing very well, gentlemen. Glad to see you made it back safe and sound to the studios after your weekend sojourn. Unfortunately, one that didn't come up roses for the Alabama Crimson Tide.
That is absolutely true. But, look, another season of the national championship game for Alabama, so there is that. I want to start with what Vegas says is the biggest mismatch on the board for this weekend in the NFL playoffs. The Chiefs hosting the Steelers, who absolutely limped into this postseason. Is there any path here? Do you see any path for the Steelers, who are 12.5-point underdogs?
If Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and Tyreek Hill don't make it to the game, then I would like the Steelers' chances to pull off an outright upset.
All right, so that's pretty bad. All right.
But when you look at this game, there's no doubt that this number is a little bit large. The last meeting between these two teams, of course, Kansas City didn't have Travis Kelce. We saw the price tag close in that 9.5, 10 range. Pittsburgh was outclassed right from the opening kickoff and was really only able to get on the board in garbage time late. But it's the underdog mentality that can always be a little bit scary. All the pressure and expectations on Kansas City. You heard Big Ben's comments about, hey, look, no one expected us to be here. We're the worst team in the playoffs. We've got to be 20-point underdogs. I know there was a little bit of back and forth on social media that I think has since been deleted with Najee Harris and Ben, because Najee didn't quite take it as such. But at the same time, it does prevent a scenario where, hey, look, that if the Steelers come in, play loose and free, they have nothing to lose. But unless the number got to 14, I'm not running to the window to try and bet the dog here.
The other big number out there is Tampa and Philly. And they played earlier this year, and Tampa won a tight game by 6. This number sits at 8.5 right now. But Philly is kind of – and before the season, Todd, I will say that I would have played Philly's under. I just wasn't believing Jalen Hurts at all. Sirianni, first year as head coach, I just thought it was going to be a bad product. They seem to get better and better, and their ability to run the football, the NFL's top rushing attack, typically run game travels on road. Any chance Philadelphia could pull off an upset of the defending champions?
Well, Mother Nature may be working in Philadelphia's favor in this game, and that's part of the reason that the bigger move on this contest has been on the total. That was 49.5 on the open. We're now looking at a 45.5 amid forecast that could have sideways rain and gusting winds, which would change how Tampa elects to move the football, knowing that they are the number one team in the NFL in terms of percentage of offensive plays that are passed versus the run-heaviest attack in Philadelphia. And to your point, LT, when you look at Philadelphia, they really did some self-scouting after the game they lost to Tampa. They got back to the root of their strength, which was running the football, trying to allow Jalen Hurts to use his legs to create a more dynamic rushing attack. The problem I have with Philadelphia, when you dig into the resume or lack thereof, they're yet to beat a team in the that's in the playoffs all season long. And so you do wonder if they've been able to feast on some of the lightweights in the NFC East. I can see Philadelphia, hanging around in this game, but probably not a contest that I'm running to bet. The one thing I will tell you is from the sportsbook perspective, this will be the single biggest teaser leg that people are going to tie in, taking Tampa down, just expecting them to win outright in their quest for a second straight Lombardi trophy.
Fuhrman, I will not ask a Rams question about them losing since I'm a big Buccaneer fan. You notice Lance set the table for you to say.
There's only 6 games done away.
Yeah. No, I saw what you're doing. I'll play off it this way. 67 degrees in that sideway rain. Every other game that's outside this weekend, the temperatures are below freezing in those games, including the drastic temperatures in Buffalo. How does that play into New England and Buffalo up there with temperatures, wind chill below 0?
I think the narrative is going to be very powerful here, and people are going to talk about how cold weather will contribute to both of these teams struggling to move the football. And when you look at Mac Jones, he doesn't have a ton of familiarity playing in these kind of adverse conditions. And Josh Allen hasn't fared all that well despite being the Buffalo Bills starting quarterback when the mercury continues to drop. But I do think despite these teams being some of the best defenses in the league, there's a lot of noise in the numbers. I think Buffalo comes out with an aggressive game plan throwing early against the New England secondary that could be a little bit banged up. New England knows they can't just run the football if they get themselves behind the 8 ball. And I actually lean over the total in this game. I know the market may not necessarily agree with me as we get closer to kickoff, but I do think we're going to see a contest more like the second meeting between these two teams than the first one that was played in hurricane winds, where both teams were lucky to get in the double digits.
At Todd Fuhrman on Twitter is where you find him. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Also with Outkick, he is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I, too, will pass on the Rams and allow Lance to ask that question. I do want to ask, are the 49ers the most live dog in Vegas right now? It's the smallest number, so you would guess yes. Are the 49ers the most bet underdog?
Yeah, they will be this weekend. I don't think that should be a surprise to anybody when you look at this 49ers team and the improbable way that they were able to secure passage into the playoffs in the first place, erasing that 17-0 deficit against Lance's Rams last weekend. And we know when you play with a bit of house money, you can be rather dangerous. And the 49ers will get a little healthier defensively as Dre Greenlaw has a full game of reps under his belt, Emmanuel Mosley the same way. The big injury to watch here will be Trent Williams. If that talented offensive lineman isn't able to go, it gives Dallas a little bit of an advantage in the trenches. And we know the key for the 49ers' success is being physical, their ability to run downhill. The last thing they want to do is go into Dallas and turn this into a firefight, knowing they don't have nearly the same weapons in the passing game that the Cowboys do. I lean towards the 49ers here, but there is a chance this number could leak out to 3.5 again. So if you like the dog, may want to wait this thing out a little bit longer.
So if the Rams would have held on, up 17 at home, they're hosting New Orleans this weekend. Instead, they've got Arizona, a team that beat them in SoFi by 17 earlier this year. Now, the good news is Arizona 1-4 in their last 5 this season, but the bad news is they're 8-1 on the road. What gives here? Rams are a 4-point favorite. Matt Stafford's 0-3 in the postseason. I can't trust the guy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Rams team, though, that has had a ton of success against the Cardinals. You mentioned the meeting earlier this year where the Rams, came up well short against the Cardinals at SoFi. That was also in the wake of one of their biggest games early on after knocking off Tampa the week before, so a letdown was understandable. You mentioned Matthew Stafford, and he's got plenty of shortcomings in a limited sample size in terms of his postseason resume. But on the flip side, Cliff Kingsbury and this Cardinals team, other than the game against the Dallas Cowboys, have looked anything but a legitimate playoff contender. They're dealing with a rash of injuries at the running back spot to James Conner and Chase Edmonds. So if those guys aren't close to 100%, I don't trust Kyler Murray to go out there and win a game with his arm. So when I look at this, I think it's about the Rams' defense, and I really believe they're able to clamp down a bit on an Arizona offense going the wrong direction, specifically without DeAndre Hopkins. So I lean under the total here. I don't think either of these teams goes absolutely nuclear offensively, and I can see the Rams being the right side winning this game by a touchdown.
I guess this is double jeopardy here. I'll take Las Vegas and Cincinnati for 500 since that's the only game left on the table. I assume you're a fan of money and getting picks right, and you're not a huge Raiders fan, or have you adopted that team as your team, or do you try not to get emotionally involved?
No, hope that is indeed the appropriate assessment here. I will bet and back whoever I need to, whether it's the Raiders or their opponents. There's no doubt it's been great for the city, and from what I was told, the atmosphere Sunday night was obviously electric against the Chargers. Nobody in this town believed that the Raiders about a month ago were going to have a chance to even get into the playoffs. This game has been interesting, though. When you look at the way the number has gone, the Bengals opened up as a 6.5-point favorite. The Raiders immediately took professional money, and rightfully so. I mean, I made this game more in the 4.5 range, so I can understand that. What kept me off the game, though, and from buying the 7 was the situational spot. I wonder what this Raiders team has left in the tank, knowing that they could have coasted to victory against the Chargers with about 5 minutes left, instead had to play an additional 10 minutes of football. They've been in playoff mode now for 4 straight weeks, and it's been Daniel Carlson's leg that's really carried them through this, with a lot of those games being decided on a game-winning field goal as time expires. As the number continues to leak down, there's less and less value in the Raiders. I actually like this game under the total a bit. The final score not indicative of how tight the game was the first time these two teams played, and Max Crosby should be an absolute thorn in the side of a Cincinnati Bengals offensive line that's really struggled to keep Joe Burrow upright throughout the course of the season.
Hey, back to that game Sunday night. I mean, that was uncanny how that almost ended in a tie. Was there a prop that was floating around out there? What happened? I mean, what was the number for Vegas and LA to end in a tie?
Yeah, there were definitely numbers out there, and there were a variety of sports books that had a ton of liability correlated between the Jaguars on the money line to this game to end in a tie. Prices upwards of 50-1. Oh. That number at some books got as low as 7.5. I was wondering why folks that wanted to bet the game to fully end in a tie wouldn't have just tied it into something at the end of regulation to eliminate some of the potential trials and tribulations late in the contest. But there were plenty of books that stood to lose 7, and a couple that I talked to upwards of 8 figures had that game ended in a tie. So they were thrilled that Daniel Carlson nails the 47-yard field goal as time expired.
Here's a good prop. We just threw out this poll question. Now, you're going to have to get odds on this, obviously, but will there be more wild card winners this weekend or more division winners this weekend? And the other option would be 3 from both. How would you handicap that?
I think if you go through game by game, I probably would lean towards the Cincinnati Bengals winning their game, the Bills taking care of business there, and the Bucs, and then things start to get a little wild. So I would say more divisional winners than wild card teams that'll win games this weekend.
Auburn basketball fans are crazy excited right now, especially after another win over a ranked team in Alabama on Tuesday. They could ascend to number 1 in the AP poll by the time we do it on Monday. Where is Auburn on the national championship scale right now as odds? I've seen it drop from 50-1, 40-1, I think 30-1. Where would you put them right now to win the national championship?
Yeah, I've seen some books as low by virtue of their recent run of success in that 12-1 to 15-1 range out there. So clearly it's not being lost on bookmakers how well this team is playing. We know how dynamic Jabari Smith can be up front. And really paying dividends. When you look at the SEC from top to bottom, I think the league is a lot more complete than what we've seen in recent years, which should bode well for a variety of teams that will get into the field of 68 being a lot more battle-tested. You look at Auburn's upcoming schedule, and they should be favored in nearly every game potentially until they go against Tennessee late in February. Now, that's not necessarily a ringing endorsement for them winning all those games, and I think the game against Kentucky that we'll see on Saturday, January 22nd, they'll have their hands full. But a lot of rosy outlooks in front of this Auburn team if they continue playing as well as they have. When you look at their overall numbers this season, I mean, top 20 in offensive efficiency, top 10 on the defensive side, and playing at a very fast clip, knowing how talented and athletic they can be getting out in space.
All right, he is Todd Fuhrman, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter, bettheboardpodcast.com. See him on Outkick as well. Fuhrman, enjoy the games this weekend. It's always great insight from you.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. You guys do the same, and happy wagering.
Thank you. Take care, Fuhrman, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, always interesting to get those numbers. And, again, there are some people that got Auburn at 50-1. And when you get down to the 12-1 range, those are about where the favorites are, right? That's about where you get Baylor and all those.
That's where Auburn is now. So I don't know how much value you really get on that because, going into the NCAA tournament, even if Auburn is a 1 or 2, you're probably still getting in the 8 to 12 range.
All right. So that's our moment with Fuhrman there. Don't forget, this is the slate on Saturday. It's Raiders and Bengals at 3:30 on NBC, then Patriots and Bills, 7:15 on CBS, where it'll be 3 degrees, wind chill, way below 0. Then on Sunday, it's Eagles, Bucks at noon on Fox, 49ers, Cowboys, 3:30 on CBS. It's to the point, LT, that so many people think the 49ers are going to win that the Cowboys are going to win that game, it feels like.
Yeah, look, and I want the 49ers out of the postseason. The only reason I would want them to win that game is if the Rams were able to win, then the 49ers would have to travel to Green Bay.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So that would keep you from going to Green Bay early.
Like, I would love for Philadelphia to knock your team off, and then I wouldn't have to worry about that scenario.
Steelers-Chiefs is the late game Sunday, 7:15. Even 26 degrees at kick there in Kansas City for that one. And then Monday night in a dome stadium, it is Arizona and the Rams, Cardinals-Rams, 7:15 on ESPN. And yes, that is correct. It's a Monday night, 6 wild card games happening this weekend. Good poll question that Brown just sent out. You can go vote right now at Next Round Live on that. That's a Cowan Equipment poll question.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with us here on the Next Round on this venture, and they would love to partner with you for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales, superior service and parts. Again, for more information, go to Cowan.com.
You're looking for a tight end. Florida's Kamor Gamble put himself in the portal yesterday. 31 catches, 414 yards, and 4 touchdowns this past year for the Gators right there, and he's got eligibility left, could make an impact for somebody. South Carolina announced they'll start spring football on March 15th. First announcement I've seen of a SEC team hitting the field right there. And earlier, Michigan State and Caesar Sportsbook signed a deal. This is the third school. I think Colorado and UNLV also have sports book deals as the athletic department. Usually that comes with millions of dollars and some marketing right there. So we'll see what happens for Michigan State and the folks there at the Caesar Sportsbook. When we come back, I got a fact or fiction for the guys, and we'll talk more NFL playoffs at the bottom of the hour. The great folks at the University of Montevallo want to talk about your kids' education. Whether it's your son or daughter, if they're looking for a place to go to school when they're out of high school, Montevallo is the place for them. A 14-to-1 student to professor ratio. Can't beat that. Small class sizes let your child excel academically. Also a wonderful theater department with a new multi-million-dollar building, broadcasting school where Chris Stewart came from, the play-by-play voice of Alabama, and others right there. Great school there. Athletics, 75 majors, 21 NCAA Division II, fully funded scholarship sports, great facilities. Check them out. They got basketball happening tonight on the campus. They've got Union College in town playing Montevallo. You can go catch a Montevallo game tonight. Check out what your kids could experience at school at Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the next round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Back with you on the next round. Hemphill will bring us right here this Fact or Fiction segment brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. Remember, every Monday they also bring us best and worst of the weekend.
They do. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's when you need to pick up the phone, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, and the guys at Hemphill's, the one that I trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Fact or fiction? Ryan Day will say no to the NFL. Fact or fiction?
I'm going to say that as 100% fact. 100. He's going to say at Ohio State, it's a better job. College coaches do not succeed in the NFL. You get chewed up and spit out very quickly. He could coach Ohio State forever. Why would you do this?
So were you just playing on the fact, do you have two boards today?
Nope.
Did you know what the question was coming?
No, I did not, because that is fiction. It's
but
not
everything
how it works.
Let's see, is everything going to be 100%?
No, well, it's a fact. It's 100%. But see how this works. A thumbs down is also
I get it.
0%.
Yep, no.
100% also has a thumbs up.
Well, no, 0.1%.
1.1%. You never say never.
I'll go fact too. I don't buy it. This Bears organization hasn't been good for a long time, and there's so much pressure. I mean, Matt Nagy was in the postseason just a couple of years ago, and you've got this thing dialed in right now. If you're Ryan Day, you're making more money than the coach at the Bears was making, against $7.5 million to $5 million. You still haven't accomplished what you went to Ohio State to accomplish, winning a national championship. So I'm going to say fact.
Fact or fiction? Chip Kelly will remain at UCLA. This has been a weird deal. They can fire him on Sunday with no buyout. They are working on a new deal. But, boy, it's weird they've waited this long. Fact or fiction, long-term deal for Chip Kelly?
I'm going to say it's fact. Brandon Marcello reporting earlier today, who was the first guy I heard say this when he said it on our show, that Kelly could be in trouble. reporting today that they are nearing an agreement. I don't think you get this far down the road if you just want to fire the guy.
Yeah, I'm going to go fact, too. Again, who are you going to go out and get? Much not like the Bears. The Bears are an organization that are dedicated to winning. They're just not winning right now. I just don't know how much you've got behind you and how much UCLA really puts into football. You've got a big name in Chip Kelly. And by the way, they were much better this year than they have been in the past.
While we're in L.A., Caleb Williams, who met with both USC and UCLA, fact or fiction, Caleb Williams will sign with the Trojans and make that commitment soon.
That's going to be fact. That's the coach that he knows really well, that offense he knows really well, the guy that recruited him. And by the way, Dorian Thompson-Robinson is still at UCLA, so that is fact.
I'm going to fact as well. I guess that they're slow playing this so it doesn't look like Lincoln Riley came in, had this thing set up, Jackson Dart hit the portal. They're at least going to let it sit a couple days, right?
Yeah.
Just so it doesn't look like it was a prearranged agreement.
Yeah, go back home, hang out,
right.
be safe, have fun.
He doesn't have to spend any extra money by also talking to the UCLA coaches in the same town.
That's
you just
right.
go over there and do that.
That's right.
All right. Bill O'Brien will leave the Alabama position for an NFL job. Fact or fiction?
I'm going to say it's fiction. I'm not 100% convinced of it. This is one of those I could see happen. But I don't know that Bill O'Brien's going to get an NFL head coaching job, and I think that's the only thing he would leave this for is a head coaching job in the NFL. Do you think he would leave to be an NFL OC?
No, I don't.
It'd have to be a great spot.
Yeah, I don't know why you would. I'm going to go
either.
fact, though. I've got a weird feeling that Jacksonville might be that destination, and I'm a Jags fan. I'm sick to my stomach because Urban Meyer, terrible product. Bill O'Brien is a guy that has done some things in the NFL and knows the game a little bit. But I don't think the Bill O'Brien-Trevor Lawrence combination is going to magically win you 8 to 10 games.
But if Eric Bieniemy got a head coaching job, and for whatever reason Andy Reid said, you know who I like is Bill O'Brien, would you do that? If you're Bill O'Brien, I leave Alabama to go coach. If you really want to be an NFL head coach, that might be your best move, right? Is to leave Alabama and go be the offensive coordinator for Mahomes and that group. I mean, you're going to look like a genius.
You are. You know, everybody keeps saying Brian Dable for 2 years now. I don't know where you are on Brian Dable, who at one time was Alabama and then went to be an OC.
I mean, supposedly Miami has some. We'll talk to Armando about this in a moment, but Miami has some interest, and the Giants have some interest.
A couple teams do.
Yeah.
Final one. Daniel Carlson, who's been a stud with the Raiders, will miss a key kick Sunday because of the weather outdoor at Cincinnati. Fact or fiction?
I'm going to continue to go fact here. I think that's going to be a hell of a game. I'm not going to be surprised at all if Vegas wins that game. Now, they've won their last 4 by a combined 12 points. He's made some key kicks.
Oh, amazing kicks.
He's ice in the veins, but it's crappy weather.
One Sunday night, it is crappy weather, so I think he'll miss a very important kick.
Cold ball, windy Cincinnati outside is different than kicking in Vegas.
I think I'll go fact as well, out of the controlled elements there in Vegas.
It is so hard on these kickers in the postseason.
Could you imagine being a kicker in that Patriots-Bills game?
Yeah.
Having to kick it below zero? And I'm sure it's not going to be calm.
Which, to me, it always added to the mystique of Vinatieri, right, with the Patriots, because in that open-ended Gillette Stadium, the swirling winds, the snow kick was amazing.
The snow kick, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to kick inside a dome or in a western to San Diego or Los Angeles.
Now, keep in
back
mind
when they used to play outside.
Keep in mind that kicking ball comes in right before the kick, and it's been in a heated bag, so it's not like kicking a block of ice. I mean, it's a fairly normal feeling ball, I would imagine.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
But it's the wind that I worry about.
Yeah.
When it's that cold and windy.
And we don't have the old 1970 style circular baseball stadiums that we play football in that sort of kept the wind in a certain way. You have a lot of football stadiums now where the wind is pretty significant.
It is
open
crazy.
Corners.
Yeah.
But I guess this is what happens when you get to late January. You get some of these outdoor venues where it becomes a major factor, and it's going to be a major factor this weekend.
That's right. Vegas and Cincinnati for that game, 27 at kick in Cincinnati, 3 at kick in Buffalo on Saturday, 67 but sideways wind in Tampa, in the Dome in Dallas, Pittsburgh and Kansas City, 26 and a chance of snow, and then the Rams inside a dome. So that's your forecast for this weekend. I'll do traffic when we come back. No, we actually go to the NFL, and we talk to Armando in just the second part of the show, being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. If you're looking for a gift for that special somebody, always Bromberg's.
Yeah, family-owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also an extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see them. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today, go to Brombergs.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The World Games are coming to Birmingham, and Redmont Vodka is the official vodka of the World Games.
Yeah, pick up a bottle today. Locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Redmont Vodka, made from corn. Not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, 8 times distilled. available at your local package at ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new Simple Classic Gin, Vulcan Gin. Pick up a bottle today of Vulcan Gin or Redmont Vodka.
Armando Salguero is the senior NFL writer for Outkick, and he is on Twitter at Armando Salguero. He is with us now on the Johnston RV Center hotline. What's up, Armando? How are you?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot. I know we got playoffs to talk about, but there are also coaching searches, which you've got your finger on the pulse. Which one is the most interesting to you of all the coaching openings in the NFL?
The most interesting one to me is Jacksonville. And the reason for that is they are trying to overcome a history of suck. And, it's hard to pitch that as one of the reasons why a head coach should take the job. Luckily for them, they've got, a lot of salary cap space. They will have the second most space of any of the teams that need a coach. They have Trevor Lawrence, who is a great selling point, particularly after he had a great season finale against Indianapolis. And they've got an owner who generally spends a lot of money. He's building a brand new facility for the Jaguars in Jacksonville and, has said that he is very much committed to making that team good. The problem there, aside from the history, is Trent Baalke seemingly comes with, the entire package. And Trent Baalke is the same guy that feuded with Jim Harbaugh back in the end of the San Francisco 49ers Super Bowl runs, or the latest Super Bowl run back in 2013-14. And, it was weird the way he handled the whole Urban Meyer situation, where a lot of inside information was being leaked to the press. Inside information that, let me see, who would know this stuff? Oh, yeah, like maybe the general manager. So that was a little questionable.
So we've got to the point where college football coaches are making more than some NFL coaches, because I heard today Ryan Day is making $7.5 million in Columbus. Matt Nagy was only making $5 million with the Chicago Bears. How realistic is it Ryan Day leaves Columbus and becomes the Chicago Bears' next head coach?
Well, it's become kind of like what do you want your career arc to be? And at what level do you really want to compete? There are great college football coaches who would make, great head coaching candidates in the NFL. But, they found kind of like I wouldn't say a comfort zone, but they found their niche, and they understand that, like you said, the money is almost comparable, if not indeed comparable. The pressure is much less. The competition is much less. Nick Saban, God bless him, he's the standard by which college coaches are judged. Can we agree on that?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
But he found out that in the NFL, you can't bring on 25 five-star guys every year, and you can't, win unless your quarterback is elite. And there aren't many elite NFL quarterbacks, whereas you can win in college with a good quarterback.
I'm interested, and so are Alabama fans, about Bill O'Brien and possibly getting an NFL job. What's the reputation of O'Brien in the NFL world? Because to me, he was I thought a really good head football coach and maybe the worst general manager in the history of the game when he had to do both jobs. What's your thoughts on O'Brien?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Bill O'Brien's reputation got sideways when he started making trades, and they were horrible and very detrimental, honestly, at the end of the day, for the Houston Texans. And he would defend them based on what he knew, like DeAndre Hopkins was going to cost too much or didn't want to sign or was going to hold out or whatever. But if you are going to go ahead and trade DeAndre Hopkins, you need to do really, really, really well. Otherwise, you're going to look a little foofy. And that's what happened. He didn't get market value for DeAndre Hopkins, for example, and it looked bad. But as a coach, I mean, wasn't it like 4 out of 6 years he got into the playoffs? He was fine. He was more than fine. And my guess is that when, not if, but when he begins to interview once again for NFL coaching jobs, that he will make the point that, you know, if I'm being hired to coach and you've got a general manager, we're going to be fine.
I'm going to ask Armando. I don't know how this question is going to go because Lance is a big Rams fan. The quarterback that is, for their legacy, under the most pressure in this NFL playoffs, Armando Salguero, is the Outkick senior NFL writer. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. So there's that question, Armando. Give you a second to think about it there. The quarterback for their legacy that is under the most pressure in this NFL postseason is who?
Right. So he's going to say Matt Stafford.
Well,
right?
Lance is a Rams fan.
No,
I don't know how
you know what? I think Matt Stafford, just jumping in real quick, is 0-3, obviously all with Detroit. He needs to win one because the Rams are all in.
And this is his best
But to
position
me,
ever.
Aaron Rodgers has lost back-to-back NFC championship games at home. To me, and he's only got one championship. I think it's more on Aaron Rodgers this year personally.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers' legacy is going to be he was elite and he was, you know, of his time. And his time was a very long time. I think it's like 17 years now. And so that, even though he may not have maximized, assuming he doesn't win the Super Bowl this year or come back next year and do it again, his reputation is better than never won in the playoffs, don't you think? I mean, never won in the playoffs is hard to get past, and right now that's Matt Stafford. And so if you're arguing Aaron Rodgers versus Matt Stafford and who needs to do more to raise his you know, what we're going to remember them by, their legacy, I think Aaron Rodgers is pretty comfortable with legacy as it is, like not even winning another game. Would he like to? Of course. Would he love to win a Super Bowl again? Yes, of course. But I look at those Packer teams and Aaron Rodgers, do I say they didn't win because of Aaron Rodgers? I think Mike McCarthy might have had something to do with that.
Okay. With all that said, which home quarterback do you trust more this weekend, Joe Burrow or Matt Stafford?
Well, of those two, yeah. I love Joe Burrow. I really do. I love Joe Burrow, but I don't love the Cincinnati defense. They're playing well. You know, it's not an individual sport, guys, as you know. And so if we're judging the quarterbacks based on the wins and losses, Matt Stafford has a much better team around than Joe Burrow does. But if you want to say which quarterback of those two would you rather have, I don't think too many people are going to raise their hand Matt Stafford over Joe Burrow.
I would like it to be noted for the history of this show that Armando lives in Miami, covered the Dolphins for years, and I'm going to let this interview end without asking a Dolphins coaching search question.
Well,
unless you guys also want to know.
No, I don't really care. It's the postseason. We usually don't talk Miami this time of year.
Oh, yes. Thank
Sunny.
you.
Wow,
Yeah.
look at that.
Yep.
Love it.
That came from a Buccaneers fan who had to buy a world championship with Tom Brady. All right, Armando Salguero, you can find his work at Outkick. You can follow him on Twitter at Armando Salguero. It has been a pleasure speaking with you, Armando. Enjoy the playoffs this weekend.
No, guys, my pleasure. Thanks for everything.
All right, buddy. Take care. Armando with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And part of the show is being brought to you by our great friends at Simpio. First call we made when we started this venture, Simpio.
Yeah, and I would suggest you make that call as well. Again, Simpio, when you start a business, They're going to take care of all the BS in every office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. I say when you start a business, even if you've been around 20 years, they can help your company gain access to health care and employee benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of the year, no annual contract. That being said, they've got a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467, or go online, Simpio.com.
Yeah, it does not surprise me, Maxwell, if the Jags do hire Buccaneer OC Byron Leftwich.
Ooh, that'd be bad for him.
He is a former Jaguar, and he's one of the hot coaching prospects out there. Also probably one of the coaches in waiting, he and Bowles, who's also being interviewed for some of these jobs. I think either one of them would be lucky to get the Dolphins job over the Jaguars job, but that's 2 coordinators right there on the Buccaneers staff under BA who are well thought of in the industry.
You know, speaking of coaches, it's hard to believe that it was 5 years ago we were doing a show together when the Rams announced Sean McVay 5 years ago today was going to become their next head coach.
I forgot to get you something.
But I really didn't know much about Sean McVay. You know, I knew the name, didn't know much. He was 33 years old. You know, you just assume that when you get a new coach, the organization's so bad it's not going to work out. But in 5 years, 3 NFC West championships, one trip to the Super Bowl. I mean, he's done a really good job.
I like Todd Bowles. He was the Dolphins interim at one point. They chose to go Joe Philbin as head coach over him. So I
like Brian Flores.
I like Brian Flores, too. I just, and Dunaway knows how I feel about this. You've got this. And as a Dolphins fan, this is what I want. I want a hot offensive coach. Because here's my theory on this, and I think Dunaway agrees. I'll see if you agree. When you're an NFL franchise, if you hire a really good defensive head coach, like I think Brian Flores was, and you happen to be lucky enough to pair him with a really good offensive coordinator, what's going to happen to that offensive coordinator?
He's going to leave and get a head coaching job.
Right. So then what do you have to do?
Get another offensive coordinator.
You got to hit a home run with offensive coordinator again. And assuming you do that, he's going to get a head coaching job because that's what they want in the NFL.
Yeah, because you know what happens every year back to the Rams, they lose their offensive coordinator every year to McVay, but it doesn't matter.
That's right. And you've got Bruce Arians. If you lose Byron Leftwich, are you going to sweat that?
No.
Leftwich is good, but you got Bruce Arians.
That's right. It's BA and Byron's offense together.
So that's what I want.
And you've got Tom Brady.
Well, yeah, I mean, that changes things.
The Bucs return to Suckville once Tom Brady retires, whenever that happens. Our friends at the Alabama Men's Clinic remind you if your life is in Suckville right now, maybe you just have a low testosterone problem. If you got a problem sleeping, I've seen that happen with friends of mine. If your energy's down, I've seen that happen. Workout's not the same. I need to go to the gym to find out if my workouts aren't the same. They're exactly the same right now. But I called the Alabama Men's Clinic anyway and found out I did have low testosterone. They changed my life right there because it gave me all that back. I'm sleeping good. I got my energy back. My workouts, if I ever go to the gym, will be great. My libido's back to where it used to be, too. Alabama Men's Clinic, right there. They can help you, too. You go in, you get a medical consultation, blood work, and if medically advised and you start your low T treatment that day in the office, your visit is free. You know, I heard somewhere else that they charge you money on that first visit. It doesn't happen here. If you go in and you start your treatments that day, that first visit is free. 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000 to get all the details on that, to make an appointment, and check out the website, alabamamensclinic.com, alabamamensclinic.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of the next round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the Cardinal Rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement. I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
If you're looking for a great place for food and fun for the entire family and friends, Beef O'Brady's has been doing that for more than a decade here in Birmingham. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. 3 great locations, Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. In fact, I was in there recently and had wings that George McClooney does himself that aren't even on the menu. Blackened, tossed in sweet jalapeno sauce and finished on the grill, spectacular. And now you can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations in Hoover, Helena, and now on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for serving up food and fun.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this. How do I set up the appointment? You can do it 2 ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com. Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey. On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Big announcement. I'll let Lunsford do it after we tell you about the lock of the day, brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis, man, one of our friends, and he's pretty darn good prognosticator too, right? The guy wins a lot of games, man. That's why he's interested in Lance's lock and giving you the lock of the day every here on the show. But you know what he is as well? He is the plumber that I have on standby. Coach told me one time it's important in life to have a good plumber on standby. You may not need him right here on this Thursday at 12:54, but you may need him on Friday morning when you wake up and one of your pipes have bursted or something's overflowing or backed up or something like that. That's why you got to have one on standby. That is Jeremy Purvis and his team at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Several ways to get him. You can call him up at this number, 205-516-4927. Or just remember this website, ironmountainworld.com. ironmountainworld.com. But I'll tell you this. Again, you don't need him right now, But when that moment happens, just remember Iron Mountain, Iron Mountain, Iron Mountain, and then Google it. You'll find it, and that'll hook you up with our buddy Jeremy Purvis there, ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it. You got a winner today? You going to pass it out later?
Terrible card.
Terrible card?
Play it later, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit later on today, he's working on that terrible card to make it a good one. He'll send it out at the Lance Taylor on Twitter a little bit later. All right, Lunsford, the big news for us.
We have big news?
I think it's big news. Don't try to undersell this. You've been working hard on this.
I think it's big news.
Yeah, well, we want, obviously, everybody to have a chance to listen to the show any way possible, watch the show any way possible. So now if you use TuneIn, which is an app basically that has, different radio stations, podcasts, stuff like that, we are now live on TuneIn, so you can pull that app up and listen. Obviously, we encourage the Next Round app. Go download that from every iOS and Android device. But you can also listen online as well at tunein.com. I'll put the links on the website and everything for people to find out.
But in total honesty here, 99.9% success rate if you're using an Apple device with our app. But some of you experience some issues when you're on an Android device. Some of you don't. Some of you do.
But Lunsford explained why to me.
Oh, yeah. I understand why.
Yeah, I know, but I thought he might explain it to the listener who doesn't understand.
Well, I mean, all right, so with an iPhone, even if it's a different iPhone, everybody's using the same operating system. It all comes from Apple. It's all one thing. But with Android, there's a million different devices out there. You can get it from Samsung. You can get it from Google. You can get it from Motorola. You can get it from a million different places.
And we have to tweak the app for each one of those,
and the app
right?
is different for every single one of them because even though it's Android, it's different devices, and there's different versions of Android and everything. So Android is kind of more – I feel like Android's more of an idea more than an actual platform because so many different things use the Android framework. So it's a little tougher to fix it on all those.
So my point being that if you have had some issues on an Android device with our app, the TuneIn app allows you now to maybe surf that a little bit more freely. So some of you have asked for it. There you go. The TuneIn app is now carrying us right there on TuneIn live every day and streaming throughout the day. So thank you guys so much.
24/7, right? They'll carry the replay and everything. So live show 9 to 1 and the replay, awesome.
Yeah, so that is there for you, just like our app. And we always love for you to use our app. But if that hasn't always been perfect for you, tune in right there too, and we get credit for that too. So you're not hurting our feelings at all. So thank you very much for tuning in and for you tuning in to us today. Some final thoughts before we get out of here. Brownie's out tomorrow, by the way, so it'll be the four of us and add Rockstar back into the mix tomorrow, and we'll have a fun show tomorrow as we talk a lot about the NFL. Final thoughts before we leave today on the portal and what we're seeing at Alabama. Have a feeling we're not done yet. In fact, I would bet digits we're not done yet. There'll be other guys who say they'll go to the NFL, and there'll be maybe some other guys who will go to the portal.
Jamison Williams has just announced it. So he's headed to the NFL.
Put on Instagram,
So Jamison has just announced he's going to the NFL. No surprise there.
Not at all.
Mechie is the one that you would say 90-something% he would go to the NFL, but there's a little door open. Maybe he would come back. Slade Bolden, though, Brown, on the show earlier, told us he's still making his decision. And a lot of you were reacting like, what's Slade going to do? Well, he may try the NFL waters.
Well, it's not going to be the transfer portal. Well, he said Lance asked him a good question. He said, coaches haven't reached out to me. They know I'm Alabama.
That's right. So he's either Alabama or going to the NFL.
And again, not to take a shot at Slade, I don't know why he wouldn't come back and just continue to refine his skills and build that stock more.
Yeah, especially if you don't have a question mark at quarterback. You're coming back and playing with the guy who won the Heisman Trophy. If Bryce was on his way somewhere else and you didn't know who was going to be throwing you the football, that would be a different story. So interesting with Slade. You can get that podcasted at nextroundlive.com, also on our YouTube channel there, and we appreciate ATIX bringing us him throughout the college football playoffs. All right, that's the show today. We set it up for tomorrow. Anybody special on the show tomorrow yet?
I think we always love talking with Matt Mosley, who covers the Cowboys. I believe he's on tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken.
Mosley is on the show tomorrow.
Mosley, yeah.
We love us some Matt Mosley. He'll be on the show tomorrow. All right, guys, enjoy your Thursday. And I'll let you know if I pay off some of my steak debt tonight. We're still trying to work on maybe getting out and getting a steak tonight. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.